Yo,
Hey,
hello.
what's up?
Welcome to Worcester Council Theater 3000, everybody. Sponsored, as always, by Crafty Kombucha
We love it,
with
folks.
local culture. Bill, how you doing?
Oh, I'm just great. Couldn't be better. Expecting a long one tonight, gotta say.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
but I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a good one. We'll see. It's gonna be an interesting one. The eviction
It's going
ban
to be
is
an interesting
obviously
one.
the
Yeah,
eviction ban is the big thing.
yeah. Uh,
And
you
that
wrote in your piece the other day that you think it's going to pass 6-5. Is that
Yeah,
still
and that was before the law department came out with the memo that they attached this week about how they think the eviction ban is stupid and shouldn't happen. Um,
cool?
and that might throw some doubt into the Joe Petties of the world as to whether or not they actually want to go through with it. So uh, I thought it would pass 6-5. Now I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen now. So
All right. Well, we're going to have to see.
yeah,
I hope.
unless they rearrange things, they're going to talk about the law department's memo early in the meeting, and then the eviction ban discussion will be at the end. So we'll see how that goes. But we're gonna see anyway. And then Doug Arbiter's couple of petitions by Doug causing a big stir. Uh,
Big stir.
big stir.
Do you
If
mean
you've been
that
on
communist pharmaceutical shill?
Yeah, if you've been on any of the local Facebook pages, you'll know that our very own communist and corporate shill somehow is proposing by way of a petition that Worcester does what Boston did and uses a vaccine passport to get into restaurants and gyms and other such public places.
An entirely reasonable prospect a year ago when the pandemic wasn't as bad as it is now. And
Yeah, right, right,
now people are second class citizens if we ask them to show a vaccine card.
right.
Huh.
Yeah, it's basically slavery. Um,
And the people that are immune compromised and at higher risk for COVID, even if they're vaccinated, they're not second class citizens right now when they can't go anywhere because people refuse to get vaccinated.
Right.
So,
Yeah. No. Well,
it's
I
sort
mean,
of
no. I mean, we're a death cult. We like it when people die. Turns out. Oh
yeah.
yeah, and this is very very interesting that the city manager decided before the council, which is supposedly his boss, even discusses the idea. He comes out and says he's not interested in doing it. So it's like, what are we doing here? Why is the council even our supposed executive body if um, the manager just says outright that he's not going to do it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's cool times. We live in cool times.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm as always fire at Augustus.
Yeah.
I really think that we should be outright saying that to him.
Yeah.
Fuck this guy. I hate him.
Yeah.
It's just becoming more and more obvious that the council, that he's trying to make it clear that the council has no authority over him.
Yes. He's not even
Maybe
pretending anymore.
Yeah, yeah. So cool. So the table is set. Let's bring in our forever guest. He's I'm sure he has some thoughts on this and some insight. Please welcome to the show, everybody, Brendan Melican.
Hey,
Oh,
Brendan.
there he
What's happening?
is.
Yeah, my thoughts are the city is full of fucking lunatics. That's
Yeah.
I guess that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
End of
I would
story.
actually be really curious if we could go around the horn at the council and see how many councilors have actual passports. Like, I'm not actually interested in the thoughts of an elected official about vaccine passports if they don't have actual traveling passports. And I'm going to guess that's a well, we know Sarai is in a different country every week, but
Yeah. So she's good.
she's good. Everyone else questionable.
Donna Caloria wouldn't dare go outside the country.
No, it's just kind of sad is really what it is. That like now public health policy is not just being dictated by, the pickleball dictator, but by people who are afraid of needles.
Yeah.
Like that's really what it comes down to is like you're adults who are afraid of needles and you're now dictating public health policy.
Yeah.
Great.
It's just, as somebody that I'm proud to say every comment thread on Facebook that I mix it up into gets deleted. I've talked to a lot of insane people, and the thing to me is that the ignorance is staggering. That's one part, but then the willful ignorance on top of that is just it's something to behold. I don't know how to not be just completely like taken apart by it. I don't know how to feel.
Yeah, no, I mean, and this
okay.
This is one of those agendas where every item, while it might not be in the grand scheme of things like the sort of thing that makes you question why any of us are even in this city, but like taken as a whole, like they're very much indicative of all the problems we have. Like we talked about this a little bit last week, but with the eviction ban, like I'm looking at it less about whether or not the law department has strong opinions on eviction bans, but more about the number of times this council and this administration has gone to bat for issues that clearly fly in the face of settled case law. And, because they're punching down, no big deal. It's only the poor that are getting hurt.
Yeah.
In this case, it's like, oh, we can't possibly do anything that a court might find questionable because wealthy people are going to come at us, and we don't like it that way. It's a bummer. It's just really a bummer.
Well, I'm doing my part. I just texted Dan Rassicott that if the eviction moratorium doesn't pass, then the mayor is uninvited from the hot dog safari. So we got to hit him where it hurts.
That could change everything.
That could change everything.
Yeah. I've never seen the man happier than drinking a beer and slugging down a hot dog at the safari. And you know
God
what?
Bless him.
He's not allowed. He's never going to see the Wienermobile. He's never going to see it.
Oh, hey, speaking of Joe Petty, it's looking more and more like he is going to run for Senator Chandler's seat. More people calling me this week. More updates in the rumor mill. Senator Chandler has a press conference tomorrow where she's likely announcing her retirement. And then Joe Petty is, according to the rumors I've heard, expected to announce this week that he'll be running for state senate. So that opens all sorts of fun little Worcester political problems if it bears out that he's actually going to do that.
Yeah.
Let's destroy his political career.
Yeah, I mean, like he's just like he's gonna win if he runs, and that's like kind of the mentality that everyone in the Democratic Party around here is thinking. So I don't even know if he'll get challenged from the left or anything. He's probably just going to walk into the seat, and then we'll have a weird like year where Petty's the mayor and the state senator or something like that. So
would he have to step down as the mayor?
He wouldn't, because the mayor is part-time, and the conflict of interest or whatever law dictates that you can be part-time in one position and full-time in another. State senator is full-time and the mayor is part-time. It's actually ridiculous that the mayor in Worcester is a part-time job.
Yeah,
but that's a different story.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even do that much work.
Yeah,
they should be called volunteers at best.
Kind of a per diem gig, if we're really being honest. But
yeah. So in between our last meeting and this meeting, I applied to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board of Trustees and the new Tree Commission. Haven't heard anything. I'm not expecting that that's going to go very well, but it would be fun to get on there and be a complete tyrant in defense of the tree.
Jenny texted me and Sean today and said the city of Worcester is accepting nominations for the ad hoc committees related to the American Rescue Plan Act. The webpage has been updated. Let me get this link and throw it in the comments.
Thank you, Molly. I was very proud of my letter of interest.
I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if that works.
Oh, I didn't hear any rumors that DePaulo would be running for Chandler's seat, but that would make sense. What did he run for last? He ran for governor's council, right? But before that, he also ran for a state seat. So
if no one runs against Joe Petty, I'll run against him.
Yeah,
just to force him to debate me.
Debate me, you coward.
Yeah.
I think Attell is really screaming for us to be using that witch meme more with her lighting tonight.
They're all just in a holding pattern, so now we get to watch Mayor Petty eat.
Oh, nice. What's he having?
Looks like nuts.
His last hot dog?
Never again.
Oh, they're troubleshooting.
Okay, I just want to welcome everybody to the Worcester City Council meeting. I'm going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
We don't need to hear that.
Yeah, while they're doing this bullshit, guys, before Connolly shows up, I have to talk to you guys about something. So in December, I got a series of postcards in the mail of Sean's advent calendar that he made. I did not order a calendar from Sean because I didn't want to force him to pack another one. And I had seen all the photos already, so I thought I'll give him a break and not order them. I got individual postcards with one letter on them each, aside from a few. And I was assuming spelling out a message, and I had to wait until I got all of them to figure out the message. I've been trying to figure out what the message is, and the only thing that it comes down to is either Bryan is planning to kill the miner, or the Iron Man is planning to kill Bry. If anybody can help me with this puzzle and figuring out what I'm missing, please DM me. I will send you the letters, and we can figure this out together. I don't know who sent it to me. Sean claims that he didn't send me anything. I need to know.
I think it's Matt Wally.
Probably.
I just assumed it was, Bryan is planning to kill the mayor. But no, that's not what it says according to the letters.
It spells out Matt Wally is the Zodiac killer.
Again, there are 25 of them. Again, and beautiful work.
Oh yeah.
Brianna Woodward is my favorite photographer, and you should hire her if you need headshots or any type of photos at all. But I need to know who sent me these postcards.
Is he literally doing the pledge with nuts in his mouth? Maybe my favorite question ever asked about the mayor. That's
so good.
Interpret that however you want, but that's what he's doing.
Mr. Mayor, you got over 275 people.
So what we're going to do is a couple.
Oh my God, 275 people.
I think people are calling in on the vaccination that was put forth by Doug Better about vaccine mandates.
So sick. There's going to be so many
the
pissed off
manager
counties. I cannot
the
wait.
manager is the only person who has the authority in this room tonight. Is one of the people that have the authority to declare a state of emergency, and there is no state of emergency because the governor has eliminated the state of emergency. So the manager does not have the authority to put a vaccine mandate in. If he did, he'd have to declare a state of emergency, and he's not going to do that. So just let people know that's so that will not be enforced. So, and if people want to leave, that's up to you, but you're more than welcome to testify. And we're going to do about an hour, and we're going to go from there. And also 7H, which is the see to prohibit construction of the new land use for fossil fuel automobile refueling station citywide, to ban that.
Mo's back.
Prohibited. That's going to be
Mergman.
held. So we won't be taking any testimony on that tonight. So
I heard the
April
mayor say
7th,
words,
8th will
but
be
nothing
held.
he said about a vaccine
Okay.
mandate
Okay.
struck me as making
Under
any
privilege
sense.
by
at
council.
all.
7H
Yeah.
is being held.
7H is being held. That's the gas
And,
station one.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are on public participation. You may not speak for no more than 2 minutes. You'll be
Hey, Ben.
quicker tonight. And Nico.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a little over 280, so we'll start with the calling users. If I
280
say
now,
your
nice.
phone number, the first 6 digits, can you please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling about? We're going to start with the phone number 774-364. I'm going to unmute you now. If your phone
This
number
is Christine. Yeah, this is Christine Tivnan. I'm from Holden, Massachusetts.
Get out of here.
Well, fuck you then.
Do it.
Wrong meeting, Christine.
What?
Go ahead,
No,
go
we
ahead.
said wrong meeting.
Are you all set? Okay, Nico.
If Mo Bergman thinks
You're
that
on mute,
you're
Nico.
a red flag, then
Mr. Mayor, the next calling user is 508-963. If that is your phone number, can you please state your name and city of residence and the item you're calling about?
This is Chris Horton. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yes, my position on the moratorium has already been made clear, so I'm going to yield my time.
oh, good.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, the next
Oh, as always, fuck Ted, everybody.
the next calling user is 508-615. If your phone number is 508-615, I'm going to unmute you now. Okay, now I hear from that calling user. The next
Come
one
on.
identified as 508-450.
This is fucking.
Riveting content.
Can you please
This
say your
is
name and
just-
city of residence?
This is just amazing.
Okay, now hearing from that calling user.
This is an excellent question.
Next calling user I can identify as the phone number
I mean,
508.
hour of literal first-time callers.
That is
They'd
your
never
phone
touched a
number.
phone
Can you
before
say your
tonight.
name and city of residence?
Very
Uh,
confusing.
Unmute you
So,
now.
correct me if I'm wrong, but Boston declared
Okay, now
a
hearing from that
local
phone
state of
number, we move
emergency,
on.
right?
The next phone number I can
Um,
identify
believe
is
that's
And
508.
then implemented a
215.
vaccine
If you're on the
passport
phone, can you
program.
Please state your name.
Mhm.
and
I
city of
don't-
residence.
I'm gonna read up quick on the how Boston did it. 'Cause I
Karen?
just kind of saw it. I
Carlton.
didn't look into it.
Go ahead, Karen.
Excuse me?
We can hear you, Karen. Go ahead.
She wants to talk to the manager.
Oh, I'm just here to listen.
Okay, thank you.
First Karen of the evening.
Calling
Thank you for that.
user is 774-287. If that is your phone number, can you please state your name and city of residence?
Sherry Lee Burke,
Go ahead, Sharon.
Uxbridge.
Uxbridge.
Hi, thank you so much. Give me just one moment. I do apologize. I just wanted to pull up what I was going to say. I am
Oh, boy.
calling regarding the
From the Facebook group that told me to say it.
excuse me. I am calling regarding the passport. I understand that the city manager can't. The city manager isn't going to enact it, but I still wanted to just say something. So I do apologize. I wasn't expecting this to come up so quickly.
Go back to Uxbridge.
All right. So thank you to the city for allowing me to speak. My name is Sherry Lee, and I'm a nurse. I've been a COVID nurse throughout the pandemic and in many different roles. I share with you so that way you have an inside viewpoint on the pandemic, that you know I have that. Now
Where
that
do you
know,
work?
I would like for you to just know that you think I'd be here advocating for the COVID passport, but I'm
Oh,
not.
of course not.
I'm here to ask you
Nope,
to ponder the
didn't think that
implications
for
of
a
the COVID
fucking second.
passport on the citizens of Worcester, the tourism,
Yeah,
and the small
Uxbridge? No.
businesses. If we institute the passport, we're portraying a false sense of security, encouraging segregation and division amongst the community. And here's
Oh,
why.
shut
The
up,
vaccine does not
segregation.
prevent transmission
Fucking-
nor spread, and Omicron doesn't discriminate. And even Dr. Fauci and the CDC has come out recently and stated this. And I've watched many come in.
So
my
glad she
facility
had this
with
prepared.
Omicron, vaccinated and unvaccinated equally.
Burning
So
through
the
it.
vaccine
It does not. It does
prevent the
not.
spread or
First of all, it
infection
does
while most
not.
of people show proof of
Does
having it.
you
The
can? It's
passport
not
prevents more
affecting
assurances and
people
will not-
equally.
it does not
This
The
sounds
prevent
like
vaccines,
being-
being infected,
debate.
while less effective
carrying it or being able to transmit the
against
virus. It creates a fictitious
Omicron
illusion of
variant
safety,
for
especially when the
spreading
employees have to be
of
vaccinated.
COVID
So
It's still a better. It's still better. You still catch it. You still catch it at a lower rate. This fucking idea that it's equal is such fucking horse shit. It's unbelievable horse shit.
Many businesses in Boston and New York City are suffering under the loss of the income loss from these mandates. So people are they're gonna speak with their wallets, and they won't go into businesses that require.
Why are you continuing to say this when we already said that it's over?
The fact that they have to show passport.
Can you wrap
I
up your
just want
comments?
you guys. Yes, I sure can. I just want you guys to understand that you're putting the people at risk. We don't need to be putting these extra burdens on small businesses, and I just want to promote unity education to the people to not be.
I would love some numbers on how businesses are affected by the vaccine passports versus how they're affected by people refusing to go to them because there's no protections in place. I truly would love to know. If I'm wrong, then I guess I understand it, but no one has any data that backs up this fucking idea that the city manager is just spouting off with on the radio.
If you're on the phone,
God, he was so fucking annoying today.
Say your name and city of residence.
Saying that the Worcester Business Journal was irresponsible for doing reporting on how all the downsized development around Polar Park was supposed to pay for it.
I'm from Mendon.
And he calls it irresponsible. Like,
we got Mendon.
Can I
go back to the fucking drive-in, lady?
Okay. I'm just listening in. I do not agree with having to show a passport to enter into any facility.
You're from Mendon.
What the fuck?
All the towns here. It's Holden, Uxbridge, Mendon.
Been vaccinated and still are catching this virus. I myself have, and so has my husband and many other friends and family members as well. So I just feel like it's against our
What's it against?
Freedom, against our
rights.
It's against our freedom.
You can't even walk into a place unless we show some papers.
Freedom. I forgot about our freedom.
Did you know that you can't drive unless you show papers?
You can't walk into a bar without showing papers.
Did you know this?
Against it, and I'm hoping that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to you, but it's also still
going away.
Dismal.
And it's going to go away.
Absolutely fucking horrifying.
I just hope that we can just push this aside and keep moving on and just get that.
I was going to mention that Business Journal reporting. Anyone who hasn't read that should. It's I feel like the Worcester Business Journal flies under the radar for a lot of folks in the city, unless you're really following insider business activity. That was some really good reporting.
It was really good reporting, and consistently they've done the best reporting on Polar Park.
The next phone number I can identify is 508.
And credit to them because they're really doing the work that the Telegram should be doing.
Okay, the next phone number I can identify is 508.
They're just so sycophantic that they won't even touch it because it's, I don't know, because they suck.
That calling user, move on to the next phone number.
This is exactly the point.
774
I think it all lands on.
If that's
is that thousands of people are dying every day. Every day. Still. Every fucking day.
2 years now.
Thousands of people are dying, and we have to keep small businesses open.
The eviction moratorium
that's where we are.
Was held last week and potentially going to be held again this week, hopefully, because it makes no sense. City councilors are not state legislatures. They have absolutely.
We're hearing from landlords and from vaccine deniers.
I would like to mix it up, though. I want to know what this guy's thoughts on vaccines are. I feel like I would learn more about his positions in life if he started talking about his healthcare background.
You know what? The vaccine passport, really, at the end of the day, it's critical race theory. And I just can't abide it. We can't be teaching our kids that you need passports to go places. It's the same thing as teaching them that they were slaves at one point.
Yeah.
The cynical part of me is actually kind of happy that the manager took this approach, though, because in the grand scheme of things, it means nothing if Worcester or Boston are doing things on their own. Like 2 years ago, we should have been having real conversations about vaccine passports even ahead of when they're available. We should have had real contract tracing that involved technology that, the tracking devices we all carry around in our pockets and whatnot, like civilized countries did. The piecemeal approach that's just been reactionary, it really isn't going to accomplish anything.
moving
So in a way, it's just
forward,
like, you know what? Fine.
it's just not.
Just be
it's not
stupid
something that
and yell at
anyone should stand
Nico.
behind.
And then like
And I would be shocked if we could go further.
you take
than
like
it has already.
this
Thank you.
shot spotter, right? You take a piecemeal approach and you leave it up
The
to the
next calling
states,
user
leave it up to the
identifier is
towns, you pass the bucks,
508-308.
and nothing
Give that
actually
phone number,
really
please state your
works.
name and city of residence.
So it just lends credit to the people who don't want the
My
state
name's
to do
Kathleen
anything at
Callahan,
all,
Worcester.
because they're like, look, the things we're doing don't work, and it's because you didn't have the
Yes,
balls
I'm
to do the
calling
things that would
because,
actually work right off the
we
bat.
frequent
Right.
the
And of
gyms
course,
in
nothing has
Worcester,
worked
and,
because it's all
my
been
husband cannot
piecemeal
get
and like
vaccinated. He needs to use the pool, and
compromise
it
driven and
causes undue
not
hardship on these businesses.
in the best interest of
I
public
visited
health.
businesses.
Totally. I mean, I was just reading before we
and
came
they're
on board.
called, and not even
You know, that the Biden administration's
informed
giving up on
that
its
this is
OSHA
being
mandate
discussed.
for business,
So
the business
it's
mandate for
we need to
vaccines, and it's
open
like,
businesses.
great. So I'm sure the free
First of
market
all,
will figure that out and do the right thing, and Walmart will be volunteering to have
Yeah.
all of its employees
informed about
vaccinated.
what you're
Right, of
discussing
course,
with
like it
TV.
always has in the
Um,
past for everything.
They're appalled when I let them know they've suffered enough, these businesses, and I appreciate if you at least table this.
We got top-notch crazy here.
Or revoke it. The virus is going away. Vaccinated and unvaccinated are from what I
Reminder,
see,
this is also where husband could use a
vaccinated
pool.
are getting the Omicron at a higher rate, and
Oh.
it's very mild.
Now
and,
we've gone the other
we
way.
need to play
Vaccinated
out.
people are getting Omicron at a
And so
higher
back to
rate.
normal.
Yeah.
We're
I
just,
appreciate your
we're just
time.
making shit up now.
Thank you.
Why not?
Appreciate it, Nico.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next calling user is 508-612. If that's your phone number, can you please state your name and city of residence? Okay, not hearing from that calling user. The next phone number is 508-439. Okay, not hearing from that calling user. Move on to the next phone number, 508-769. I'm going to mute you now. And I have that calling user. The next phone number is 508-735.
Yeah, from what I see
Yes.
in my
this is,
brain that I
Fred
just made
Nathan.
up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right, real quick, landlord or
So I'm against the eviction.
Oh,
moratorium.
good call, Trav.
I'm against the shutting down all the businesses because if they don't have the vaccine passport.
Fred
well,
is
it's
the
interesting.
gentleman that
Dude, he
last
just
want
combined
people to
them.
have a
He's talking
last-
about the eviction moratorium, and he's like,
You don't
vaccine
care about people
passport.
going into vote.
Fred actually carries around a miniature Trump flag
If they ask you for an
with him.
ID,
He
it's
assaulted
like,
me with
no,
it once
no,
on
that's
election
racist.
day, and it was the most
Good.
comical assault I've ever
You have to
participated in.
realize
Where this guy just
we
unfurled this
don't
tiny
become a
little.
communist China
I mean, it's a
here, so,
flag, but it's like in a little
there has to
holster, and
be
it just both sides pull out, and you get a little Trump flag
something,
there.
where
Probably the most creative thing China's come up with in a long time.
how did he accost you with
And we
it?
can't
Did he
keep
actually
on
hit
shutting
you?
everything down. We've
I
all
mean,
tried
like
to
it was
do
in my face. I mean, I guess it was more of a harassment than an assault. It was hilarious either
we're
way.
gonna do the right thing and make sure that the economy flourishes and somehow get rid of this virus. We got to send the president back to China. Thank you.
Dude, that fucking rocks. We're gonna, you know what? Let's go, Brandon, baby. Let's send the president back to China. I fucking love it.
I want to call in and say send the mayor back to China.
Thomas Rokicki from Rutland.
China.
Somebody
Landlord or
call in,
vaccine?
fake name,
I'm calling in opposition
use a fake name,
to
and
the
say I want to send the
vaccine
mayor back to
passport.
China, and then hang up.
Be the, I'll say openly that I have all 3 shots. I am currently up to date with my booster. However, ultimately,
wow,
this
you said that
comes
openly,
down
huh?
to people's health, and their
Brave.
ability to get vaccinated, and also their choice to be vaccinated. There's a saying that goes that your swing should stop where my nose starts.
Yes, exactly. And guess what? This is a fucking
You should be getting vaccinated.
contagious virus.
Putting at risk, but
What about swings and
at the same
noses?
time, you're taking away the ability for people who are
All
unvaccinated.
right, let's play a game for the rest
You're
of this.
hitting their nose.
When they say their name, it's landlord
And you're
or
hitting them
vaccine
by not
denier
allowing
or
them to
Yeah.
go
anti-vaxxer.
Yeah,
Or
right.
both.
where
Or
they
both.
should be able to go. It's a public place.
You know what's so fucking cool?
Your time.
The American Empire, one of the foundational myths of it is freedom, and that's going to be the foundational myth that collapses us because we're too fucking stupid to get a fucking shot.
Hi, Laurence Codatin from Holden, and I'm also calling in opposition to the
Couldn't write it
vaccine
better in a book.
but I'm happy to hear I heard at the beginning that they cannot move forward, so I was happy to hear that.
One of the cool things about watching city council and hearing all the public
Man,
comment
the
every
next
week is
calling
you get
user is
an
774
indelible sense of just how
386.
stupid the average American is.
You're unmuted now.
People
Okay, not here.
really
That calling user.
shouldn't,
Next
there shouldn't
calling
be.
user is 508-612.
Never mind.
No, I mean, dude, that's it. That's
No,
one of my
don't
favorite
please
George
stay
Carlin
in
bits.
the
It's,
city
you have to
resident.
think about how stupid the average American is, and then remind yourself that
You're not
50%
here.
of the
That
people are
calling user. Next
stupider
phone
than
number is
that.
508.
Yeah,
That's when your
right.
mind really blows, right? Like,
Yeah.
Phone, can you please state your name and city resident.
These are the stupid people that
Yes.
have the
Hi, yes, this is Beth Smith from
forethought
Worcester.
enough to call in.
I'm calling in opposition to the mandate for vaccine passports to enter businesses. I am a healthcare professional. At the beginning of the pandemic, I
Sounds like she works in
opted
billing.
to get vaccinated. I was taking care of the elderly, and I had elderly parents at home that I was taking care of. I did
Yeah, I am the
analysis
branch of the
condition
health
with
insurance
myself.
industry where I get to call
My
people and tell them
children,
that we're
however, are
not
not
going to
vaccinated
cover
with
that.
vaccine that has
I work in
been going on
healthcare.
5
You know, I
years.
work in healthcare.
Study that we don't know what it will do in them in 5 years. And normally
I
every
collect pens from
drug and
doctors'
every
offices and sell them on eBay.
medical, thing is undergoes. Therefore, for their risk-benefit analysis,
Ugh.
shows they've
My
had
roommate made this thing
I
called
really-
fire cider, which is supposed to
would
keep
not
you
be able to
healthy.
go to a restaurant with me.
It's fucking.
We live in the United States.
Oh.
of
Should have
America.
chose crafty kombucha.
We have a constitution.
Sorry. Matt,
We should be
you should
following
make a
health
fire cider under the Crafty Kombucha brand that's not so fucking brutal to drink.
I thought fire cider is when you drank somebody else's urine, trying to like get the meth out of it.
Oh, well, I wasn't informed, but
How's that meth?
That's what you
taste,
just did.
Bill?
Yeah.
I'm wondering every time I drink this, I just get so much energy and I start chewing my gums off. It's crazy.
Would be very detrimental to businesses, to people.
Brian, I just noticed your hat. If next Halloween you don't go as John DeMoga, I'm going to be really upset.
Dude, that's so funny. There, yeah, I see it. I see it.
508.
Yeah, hey, he's doing sausages tomorrow night at the Botanist in Shrewsbury. He's running a
sick.
Wednesday night special.
Dude, that guy just punches so high above his weight. Food quality in Worcester, man. That guy can cook. For
Yeah,
real.
dude, oh god, I love his goddamn food.
Whether or not they get vaccinated, and not to restrict them to their house, not to allow
Like,
them to provide for their families, and go to
Probably one of the greatest crimes ever committed against Worcester's culture and urban fabric is not just the dive bar closing, but his food trailer being removed from the patio of the dive bar. 'Cause that was one of the tightest situations ever.
Yep.
communistic behavior.
Yep. Communistic behavior, everybody.
Thanks for your time.
Bingo.
The next one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next call-in user is 508-612. I'm going to unmute you now. Okay, not hearing from that calling user. The next speaker is 774.
This is my stance as well.
I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi, this is Ted Strzelecki from Barry, Massachusetts.
Is this a fuck Ted situation?
Oh, Barry.
Think back to the time when the Cape Cod Provincetown big story broke about how many people got COVID. The majority of that article said, and it was more than 3 out of 4, they were vaccinated. Therefore, if the vaccination doesn't slow down the
But see, only the fourth
Oh
one
my
died.
God, holy
That's what we're getting at.
shit. These fucking people are so stupid. So fucking stupid. It drives me crazy.
but it doesn't slow down the spread.
If you're a superintendent of schools in any of these towns, you should feel so terrible about yourself right now.
It's so crazy to me. Like, I don't understand how people don't understand they don't get the concept of there's a difference between 100% reduction and 70% reduction. And just because something isn't 100% doesn't 100% stop the spread, doesn't mean it's not effective, doesn't mean it's not helpful, doesn't mean it doesn't save people's lives. And if more people got vaccinated, then there would be no one for it to spread to.
And bring them to this city.
Doug Arbiter just tweeted, "I'm so sorry, everyone. LMAO, this is unbearable."
That don't do this. And if you need any proof of this, look at the growth of Florida and the reverse population growth in the state of New York. Thank you for your time.
Hey, does anyone want to do some online sleuthing to figure out like what Facebook post is really generating all of these calls? Because that would be a delight.
There was a lot on I know Facebook is where it's at, but there was actually a lot on Nextdoor as well too, that because of the way it's set up, it was spreading from neighborhood to neighborhood. And I think that's where you ended up blanketing most of the county, because person in one neighbor, like, you know, my neighborhood adjacent to Holden, that sort of thing, it just gets spread like wildfire.
I have to download Nextdoor. I don't know how to use that.
You don't want to, man. It's really bad. It's bad for your soul.
It's like Facebook squared.
I was calling also in opposition
Shrewsbury.
of the vaccine passport mandates.
Has a single person from Worcester called in to support or to oppose the vaccine mandate?
There was a couple.
To people of all cultures that
Not many. There've been more from out of town.
should celebrate their different cultural beliefs. I think this is very discriminatory to anybody who personal beliefs in religion does not allow them to receive these shots. And
What religion is that?
also
I haven't
Which
found
religion?
it yet.
Yeah.
present their medical.
Maybe Scientology. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track of them lately.
Ooh, we got a HIPAA. We got a HIPAA.
Ezekiel 23:20, all about not taking shots.
Nobody should be privy to that they even have a medical issue that they would not be able to get this exemption. I believe it would be horrible for businesses and just a bad idea all around. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, the next calling user is 508-769. I'm going to mute you now. Okay, not hearing from that calling user. Move on to the next one. 508-826. Okay, not here. Can you hear me?
No, we're here. Sorry. We're here. We have my family as well here, and we also have 508-826.
I just messaged Doug and I said, "You right now is the definition of being punished for caring." Like, you could have just not cared, you know? You could have just not tried to do anything, and you wouldn't be getting punished like this.
Opposition to the vaccine passport.
Boylston in the house. This is
My job.
it's a really good
because
turnout for
of
Worcester
the
tonight.
mandate itself. I had a religious exemption put in that was revoked. The push for this is entirely unconstitutional.
Is it?
It is oppressive. It is going to further affect our economy, businesses, like someone else previously mentioned.
I hope they all have a
People are
game
not
of
gonna wanna
solitaire open.
businesses or keep businesses open in Worcester. And Worcester is a huge city that supports Massachusetts as a whole.
Patel clearly is working with a migraine right now. That's
The,
sad to look at.
Yeah.
I wish I could control their camera angles too, because yeah, I would zoom in on her and George. George is falling asleep.
No, that was a stroke. I mean, look how red he is, man. That he's not doing well tonight.
Next one. 774.
He just keeps leaning farther and farther back.
There you go.
Yes, hello.
Mo found it.
My name is Michael Hatfield, and I am a Worcester resident. And hopefully you folks can hear me okay, the council?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Beautiful, okay. I just
We can hear you. We're not listening, but we can hear you.
everybody that this is Worcester, Massachusetts. It's not Boston, Massachusetts. It's not the People's Republic of Cambridge. The amount of restaurants and the choices of cuisine that has occurred in this
Wasn't sure where this was going.
just leading up to the 2020 pandemic was nothing short of amazing. We're actually finally coming into our own, allowing people to be able to go out to eat and dine and have the choices.
I know. In Cambridge, there's just horrible restaurants.
There's no restaurants.
Yeah, there's no restaurants. Actually, while this guy's being fucking so stupid, I went to a restaurant in Cambridge called the Little Donkey the other day, and it was like foodie food that Worcester could never even touch. Like, it's unreal how much more advanced their like nice restaurant culture is out there than it was like better than anything I've ever seen on the menu at Dead Horse Hill. It was like the presentation was awesome. It was crazy. It's like we want to think of ourselves as having nice restaurants in Worcester, but we're still kind of like in a small pond sort of competition. Like,
totally.
Yeah.
That's why you got to support Mama Roo, everybody.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Mama Roo brick and mortar. I want to see it happen in my lifetime.
I would kill for
I
that
would
to
go
happen.
there every day.
Yeah, I would too.
At the very most, a vaccine mandate should be just an advisory mandate, which would
an advisory mandate, right?
They still have the right
A suggestion mandate.
Yeah.
We mandate that you think about it.
So once again, no
I think cashews.
mandate with the 7 eyes.
Seems like a cashew.
Bang.
nut.
I appreciate the time extended to me. Thank you.
Brian, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker I can identify is Doug Arbiter.
Here we go, Doug.
Hey,
Turn it
let's
up.
listen to Doug. Listen to Doug.
Hey, can everyone hear me all right? Do I get 2 or 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor?
You have 2 items, one's being held, so you get 3 minutes on the other item.
All right, thank you. My name is Doug Arbiter. I'm actually a longtime Worcester District 5 resident, and I'm here to speak about my petition 7I. I speak as not only a tired and pandemic exhausted citizen, but as a resident who happens to have an academic background in infectious disease epidemiology and is a practicing clinical trial statistician.
And noted
Firstly, I'd like
columnist.
to thank the mayor, manager, and Dr. Hirsch for their leadership thus far. We're blessed as a city to have exceptionally transparent leadership and communication with regards to COVID-19 information sharing. However, and unfortunately, the city of Worcester has an abysmal vaccination rate. This is a policy failure. While it may be politically safe to put the burden on the individual and defer to individualism, it epically undermines public health and the public good altogether. It's now incumbent upon this government to take serious action to make being unvaccinated exceptionally inconvenient to benefit from the social contract to which we all subscribe as a member of civilized society. What is the purpose of government if not to protect its citizens? Individualism is not a friend to public health, and we should stop coddling those people who believe otherwise. Folks are calling in and likely to call in after me to say vaccines don't work because people are still getting sick. But please remember that vaccine efficacy is not measured only by
Yeah, Steve is
prevention of
controlling
symptomatic
Kate's
disease,
camera again
but by
tonight.
the reduction of severe disease, hospitalization, and death, all of which continue to burden both our healthcare infrastructure and our labor market. As of December, unvaccinated people in the United States are 14 times more likely to die compared to fully vaccinated people. Unvaccinated people were 97 times more likely to die compared to boosted people. Over the past 7 days, an average of 2,200 people per day have died nationally. 2,200. No matter what anyone says, vaccines have undergone randomized controlled trials to evaluate safety and efficacy and have received intensive scrutiny and evaluation by scientific health authorities around the world. Furthermore, due to the hard work of city officials to make the vaccine easily accessible for all, this policy can be enforced equitably. Let's join the cities of Boston, Chicago, Los Angeles,
Doug, these words are too
Minneapolis,
long
St.
for these
Paul,
people.
New Orleans, New York City, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Seattle, and Washington, D.C.
Who wants to go to any of those places?
People to innovate to accommodate these novel restrictions. Our businesses are capable and our small business owners are resilient. I also ask that if the city...
Okay. Can you wrap up?
Yeah. That's the last. I'll just thanks for your consideration. And I appreciate your time and sorry for the mess.
Okay. We will go to next speaker.
Joe's laughing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker
Goddamn,
to
Doug.
identify is Diane Moreau.
Run again.
Attorney
Please,
Diane
Doug,
now.
run again.
Diane, can you hear us? Okay, not hearing from Diane. We're going to move on to the next speaker. I have Colleen Pappas. I'm going to try to mute Colleen now.
Oh, no.
Landlord.
Okay, not hearing from Colleen. We're going to move on to the next calling user.
No one wants to be the person that talks
Chris
after Doug.
Weston. I'm going to try to mute Chris now.
Doug is here. Doug, that was incredible. You have nothing to apologize for. Fuck these people. You're right. They're ignorant. Yes.
Well done, Doug.
I'm calling in on opposition of the vaccine mandate, but I'm here just to listen to all the other accounts.
You got him scared, Doug. Nobody wants to talk after you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next
Silent
calling
protest.
user is Caroline Williams. I'm going to try to unmute Caroline now.
Hi, yes, I'm calling in opposition. I work in Worcester at a small community nonprofit organization.
Where do you live, Carol? This is place of residence?
I live in Holden.
Of course you do.
Many small businesses and community organizations in Worcester do
She
not
works
have
for a
the staff
nonprofit.
capacity to check everyone's papers at the door. So a mandate would negatively impact those already struggling because of the pandemic. I know our organization is in this situation. The latest Omicron surge has already hit its peak in Worcester, from what I can see on the Massachusetts dashboard, and is declining. So the proposed mandate comes far too late to prevent the impact of the actual virus in the community.
It's not over. We have no fucking clue what's happening next. Like,
the population fully vaccinated, from what I understand. So there is really no need to strong.
Speaking of which, you all catch news about the BA2 variant? It appears to be an Omicron mutation that's like spreading like wildfire in the Netherlands, but like pushed Omicron out very, very quickly. Yeah.
Great.
Is that the thing they were calling Deltacron?
I don't think so. I think this is
No.
a straight Omicron variant.
We just need to make this
Omicron.
our background.
Yeah.
This is, Doug, this is your campaign slogan. The people are insane. No. No edits. The people are insane. That's what we're going with.
My name's Danielle Robert. I live in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. I'm calling in opposition to the vaccine passport. I work.
You know what? Fucking let him eat cake at this point.
It's
Like,
emotional because implementing a vaccine mandate.
It's emotional.
Everybody.
For the city of Worcester, who are already suffering so much from COVID. I also feel that a vaccine mandate rules against what it is to be an American and having autonomy for one's own medical freedom. And to Mr. Doug Arbiter on this call, the purpose of the government is not to have control over our personal medical choices. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You did this, Doug.
So
Doug,
strong.
You made her
so
cry.
strong.
You can identify as Alex Guardiola.
how
I'm
dare
gonna
you,
try to
Doug?
unmute
You
Alex
made her
now.
cry with your words.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good evening. My name is Alex Guardiola,
Fuck.
Vice President of Government
God
Affairs and
damn.
Policy.
Someone should call in and be like, yeah, I thought it was really cool when that lady was crying on the phone audibly.
I will keep it
That's
quick
all. I
because
yield
the
my time.
authority falls under the city manager, and he has already voiced his opinion on it. The chamber is not supportive of the vaccine mandate. During this time when our
Shut up, Alex Guardiola, you fuck. Go gargle Tim Murray's nuts somewhere else.
hit hard during the COVID-19 pandemic, we should not be putting more burden on them now. While the chamber is
Yeah, let's do an order to, stop evictions and foreclosures. How about that? Maybe that would help small businesses. If we extended it to that, was that helpful? Would we consider that, or are we worried that someone would get mad at us for doing that?
The Massachusetts Department of Public Health show that 7-day average of new cases is now 30% lower than the January 11th peak, reinforcing what these healthcare professionals had predicted. A surge following after the holidays, a plateau which we are currently in, and a steady decline to follow. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors, for your time, and Mr. Manager for your thoughtfulness on this matter.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, the next speaker can identify as Alex Blake. I'm going to try to mute Alex now. Alex, can you hear me?
800 a Doug.
Okay, not hearing from Alex. We'll move on to Adele Miller. I'm going to try and mute Adele now.
Hi, my name's Adele Miller, and I was calling to oppose the vaccine mandate in Worcester. And
Adele, what's your residence?
But did you change your
I'm
mind?
an Auburn resident.
Oh.
Ooh.
My
Hey,
children participate in athletics in the city.
take
of
this woman's phone away.
In the city of Worcester, we eat at the restaurants in the city of Worcester, and in a community that is so dedicated to regrowth and rebranding. Everything that's been done with the Pawsox and Kelly Square and revitalizing a city, the idea of creating
Don't talk about that. Please don't talk about that. Ed Augustus will get so mad.
seems so backwards and so against a city that is trying to grow and bloom and do better. And I think it would
The
be
mayor's eating his fingers. He's so bored.
to everybody who loves your city. to have to show a piece of paper to participate in your city. That's all.
Thank you.
That's all.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Amy
Go
Miller.
back to the Auburn Mall now.
What's the do you think the ratio of people calling in who don't like pieces of paper to go to a restaurant, but really think ID to vote is a very important facet of democracy?
Right.
Can you hear me? This is Aaron Darvish. I'm using Andrea's phone. She's here with me. We both are in opposition.
Where's your residence?
I'm in Worcester.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's a liar.
I'm in opposition to this mandate. I commend all these beautiful people.
We love them, folks.
Standing up and speaking their mind.
Love our beautiful callers.
I really think that we should give the public more credit than arbiter.
You hungry,
Ava?
Ava, are you hungry?
Yeah, we need to give the public more credit than Doug Arbiter, who wants to inform them of the risks. And honestly, it just sounded like I was listening to CNN or something. It
was too smart for me. I didn't understand it.
For the big pharma industry.
Not once did he talk about the microchip Bill Gates tried to sneak into my arm.
Is reaping vast profits without adequate independent scrutiny of their scientific claims.
Hey, you know what? I'm all for breaking up the pharmaceutical companies. Great. I'm glad we can agree.
And those other cities that he mentioned,
Keep that energy. Please keep that energy when it's not about a fucking life-saving free vaccine.
this is those cities they're dying. Worcester has a wonderful opportunity right now to draw.
Those cities are dying.
We're going to be taking over New York before you know it.
I mean, you look at
Heard it here first. We're the next Brooklyn.
The state is doing really well. It would be a big mistake. People in this community, they're way smarter than this guy Doug. They know what
Jenny did this. Jenny and Doug ruined a perfectly nice Tuesday night.
And in opposition to these mandates. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna on Twitter, if you're in here, thank you. Jenna found a next door post with like 70 comments on it that has the call-in line. So that's probably where we're coming from here.
Okay, not hearing from Ann. We'll move on to the next.
I just downloaded.
The next speaker I can identify is Beth Jensiski. I'm going to try to mute Beth now. Beth, can you hear us? Okay, not hearing from Beth. I'm going to move on. Next speaker.
Yeah, none of this seasonal shit. You go to Florida, you're staying there.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, if everyone in this call, on these calls is fine with anecdotal evidence, I have got friends in LA. I've got my brother works at a restaurant in New Orleans, and we all know people in Boston. The industry isn't crashing because of vaccine passports. It's the only thing that stabilized my brother's restaurant in a lot of ways, besides doing takeout constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what where I gotta buy another crossbow. I think that's what it comes down to. There's no hope. I have to buy a crossbow or a gun or something because there's no coming back. I don't see a. The veil has been lifted. This is a joke country. It always has been.
This does not end with a Coca-Cola song where we all link hands and yeah.
It's good to periodically remind yourself, like we're being right now with all these callers, that you self-select the people you talk to, and in Worcester there's a great community of well-meaning people who have good opinions and try to do the right thing. And it can kind of seem like Worcester is a city where there's a lot of people who care, but we are in the middle of a fucking mental wasteland, and Worcester is just the center of it. Central Massachusetts is full of the dumbest people that have ever existed and will ever exist. It's just like the word troll does not even fucking begin to touch it, and they've all benefited for the most part, unless they're under the age of 40, from like a life that was handed to them. And
I'm calling in with comments about 7I, 18,
they're getting so reactionary
17A, and 10A.
The Republican Party is
So
for 7I,
that's what he
just
said.
something that I'm not hearing people mention. The people who work in these places, restaurants, stores, gyms, and more, are the ones who are holding us together. They deserve to be protected from people who are ignoring science and not getting vaccinated. Checking a card to confirm a vaccination status is not difficult. It takes a moment while the person is being let in or seated. To leave that, related to 817A, the plans for handling our rodent population, I have concerns regarding the use of
Mo,
rodenticide.
are you worried
There are
about
many
this, Mo?
ways to control the rat population other than poison, which travels up the food chain and has widespread ecological impacts. There are EPA guidelines and Center for Biodiversity studies that oppose their use, and a bill in the State House, H3991, that seeks to ban its use. The long half-life of rodenticide allows rodents to eat it multiple times, letting levels build up to many times a lethal dose. They inhibit the production of vitamin K, which manages blood clotting, leading to rats bleeding
Not
uncontrollably and
ketamine,
dying
though.
slow
Nothing
painful
cool going
deaths.
on here.
This continues up the food
I
chain
need
into
some ketamine
secondary
right now.
poisoning victims who eat the rats,
We all need some
including
ketamine right now.
feral cats,
Anyone
bobcats,
listening,
dogs,
if you have
coyotes,
ketamine for
foxes, and birds
sale,
of prey, many of which are
drop
endangered
a
species. Several
line in
other
the
options are
comments
in this
and I
communication, so I
will
don't want to say that
follow
rodenticide is
up
the
with
only
you.
one planned, but there are also many additional options recommended by the Center for Biodiversity, such as city-provided trash and recycling bins with solid covers, which would limit the appearance of loose trash and help our city stay free of pests and rodents. Related to 10A, I wish to restate that as a landlord in the city of Worcester, I am for a temporary moratorium on the removal of tenants. Again, landlord for the moratorium, unlike all of the articles that keep saying all landlords are against this. This is a public health issue, pushing people out of their homes. I have one more thing.
Well.
Action to assist
What's
tenants
going
Look what
on,
you've
guys?
done.
illegal eviction, to ensure
Look what
applications are
you
handled in a
have
timely
wrought.
manner, and that landlords be required to accept the funds in the same way we can't
This is
discriminate
never
against
gonna
Section
end,
8
Jenny.
tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well,
Uh,
technically,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The
if
next
you
speaker
want to
is
be
Vice
technical about the rules,
President
only
Mayor.
Worcester residents and Worcester city employees are allowed to speak during this.
It's true.
The Franco family is totally
So
against.
that's on the mayor and Doug Arbiter.
Great call, Yenny. That was really great. I think that's an excellent point. I think it's gotten lost in all the other excitement tonight that poisoning rodents is like not great. It's it kills birds and like cool birds like hawks and stuff, and it kills your cats and probably kills your dogs too. So
yeah,
I guess people think that there's a rat problem in Worcester. I think the only rat problem in Worcester is all these fucking townies calling in and fucking up all our bullshit.
When I was working out in Boston, I had a chipmunk problem. They were eating my raspberries, which, whatever, you can't have that. So I bought a have a heart trap, and every day I would catch a chipmunk and I would put it in my trunk and I would park in the seaport and I would let it go in Boston. And I feel like that's the solution to our rat problem. Like everyone leaving the city, getting on the pike or getting on the commuter rail, you just hand them a trap, and when they get their South Station, let it go.
This is a good question.
You technically can, yes.
Please vote no to the vaccine passport.
This is my neighbor yelling.
Joe said he's going to let it go an hour.
And it'll be all people that have nothing to do with Worcester calling in, and then all the people that are in support of this won't get through. That'll be.
Hello, Nick and Lego, and hello, City Council. I'm also here about the vaccine mandate or passport. My question is, if this does pass, where do we end it? Can businesses now ask
Is this
for
a Jerky Boys call?
tuberculosis
It is.
test results, hepatitis test results? Let's go back 48. We were allowed to ask for an AIDS test before allowing someone to do a business.
You bring it TB to the bar, I guess.
How about an IQ test for this man?
We're way past that, Jenny.
I thank you for your time.
That's interesting, Yenny. That's
Thank you for your time.
Yenny, I have a landlord and a rat problem, so you're very right about that.
Mr. Sargent, can you hear us?
Corey,
We're going to hear from Robert. The next speaker is Ryan Harris. I'm trying to mute Ryan now.
The only way this can end
My name's Ryan
positively
Harris. I'm from Lunenburg, Massachusetts.
is when they cut off the
And,
call time. Like the manager's just like, you know what? I just listened to all this shit, and we definitely need a vaccine mandate.
I guess, you know, a lot of the points that I was going to make have already been made. But
kick him off, kick
Doug
him off.
Arbiter, who spoke earlier, I would just say that he should probably take a look at the Massachusetts CDC website, which as of now shows
the Mass
that
CDC.
of the current
Doug, have you done that
hospitalizations for COVID, there are 2,680.
Yeah, Doug, go look at this completely made up organization.
Doug, Gary from Lunenburg has an idea for you.
Which equals just shy of 50%. So I would say that the idea of a vaccine passport system,
But 70% of the state is vaccinated, so
it sounds like the people of Worcester have already spoken.
that means that you have a higher chance of catching it and not being hospitalized if you're unvaccinated.
It was nice to hear the excuse me. It was nice to hear the Pledge of Allegiance.
Was that a
at the
cough?
beginning of this. And honestly, it's a little bit. I'm not sure if I should laugh or cry at the fact that we're having this conversation following the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
Be one nation under Pfizer if we continue.
Oh,
you got him,
coach,
bro.
Oh, yeah.
Do that. So have a good
Legend.
night.
Really makes you think, guys.
Fuck off back to Whalum Park, you dumb piece of shit. Fuck you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Sam Turkin. I'm going to try to mute Sam now.
United States under Pfizer is not sounding so bad right about now.
I don't hate it.
Samuel Reddock. I'm going to try to mute Samuel now. Okay, not hearing from Samuel. Move on. The next speaker I can identify is Sarah Ray. I'm going to mute Sarah now.
Hi there. How's it going tonight?
No one can answer you.
No one's gonna answer you, you idiot.
Terribly.
So I just wanted to come on here and voice my opposition to the vaccine passport for the city of Worcester. As a Worcester State alumni and frequent patron of this wonderful city, I believe that the vaccine passport would be detrimental. It would be sad to see our
Where's she
city
from?
follow in the footsteps
Blackstone.
of Boston and take on the one vaccine
Blackstone.
fits all stance when truly there are
She has a
alternatives.
fun
in
voice.
this
Yeah,
time.
I'd love to be her waitress.
Freedom is a right, and it's important not to segregate based on a medical status. I don't want to see our businesses hurt or see our community divided.
Medical
I just wanted
freedom's
to
a right.
Thank you for emailing me back and also letting us know how
They emailed you back? What the fuck?
Who emailed her back?
Yeah, that's some fucking horse shit.
Definitely don't.
Somebody call Kate Toomey's cell phone live on air right now. I want to. She's on it. I know she's on it.
Guys, I would listen to that anti-vax JY though.
I've never seen Donna Colorio pay so much attention during public participation. Look at her.
Her smile right now is driving me.
Yeah,
fucking
she's like,
crazy.
She's wet. She's ready to go.
Donna Colorio was like, Rutgers of Rowan, unite!
Will be losing their jobs. This would be it would be very charitable. I'm a member of a Catholic men's group, which has close to 100 members. Many of our members have lost their
Nambla.
jobs due to refusing.
Wow. Hell yeah.
Oh, this guy's so concerned. He must be pro-choice if he doesn't want the vaccine in his body.
We will be keeping you and your council members in our prayers.
Depends who's doing the choosing, but
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, you know what's doing the best journalism in the world for understanding these kind of people? Is that show Righteous Gemstones on HBO. Have you guys been watching that? It's so good.
I'm not caught up on it. I gotta watch. I love that.
Groton, Connecticut?
Oh.
we do have a Groton Mass too.
Thank you. Mr. Corr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker-
Wow, Deets 29. I wish I took mushrooms for this.
Yeah, I'm smoking cannabis over here. To get
Take mushrooms for this.
Yeah, Sonia DeJoya. Are you there?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great.
I cracked a beer, but I'm liable to start really drinking if this goes on any longer.
And I'm an established business owner, 15 years on Shrewsbury Street. I called to oppose the Vax passport because all the endless restrictions really just showed me what was
Endless restrictions.
Endless.
It's endless.
We had no fucking restrictions. We had maybe 2 weeks where there were actual restrictions in this fucking country.
And I'll tell you what I do believe in is intelligence.
Wait.
And value.
Well, hold on,
She's crying.
She's crying.
This is a virus that has a 99% survival rate. I agree with every single health professional that called in today because they are living it. And as we speak, I'm standing in the free state of Florida where COVID barely exists. And
She's calling
1,100
from
people
Florida,
are
and she
moving
had
here
2 friends
daily.
that committed
And I just
suicide.
may be one of them. And it hurts me because my business is my baby. And thank you for listening.
What business does she own on Shrewsbury Street?
What was her name?
DeJoya, Sonia DeJoya.
Mayor, the next speaker to identify Delgado.
Time to go on to the GIS system, everybody.
This is Star Delgado, calling from Worcester, Massachusetts. I would just like to
Dr. Delgado.
on something. I was tested positive for COVID on the 13th.
There's some feedback. Can you please mute the device?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there we go. I was tested positive for COVID on the 13th of January. Retested because I had been secluded in my house and tested negative that same night. So I'm wondering if doing all of these testings is putting out some false positives. I work at a facility where 17 of the fully vaccinated students are being
Is she asking them a question?
because they are all tested positive for COVID.
Also, hi,
And I'm
Sean.
wondering if this has anything to do with the reason why the numbers are spiking.
Sean, I couldn't greet you. I'm too broken.
I was broken. I was watching this while walking the dogs.
All of you, and I send my prayers out to each and every one of the people that have lost someone to this disease.
Can we get
Any one of these people could be behind you in line at 7-Eleven.
Here we go. Thank liquid for breakfast. You nailed it.
Clementines.
I can't believe that this is what we're talking about right now.
Wow, Jenny's screaming at her kids. Haven't you done enough damage tonight?
I did witness Jenny get told by her daughter that what are we gonna do if we don't take the paints away? And her daughter said, "We'll put poop on your head."
Wow.
She said she was gonna lock me in a room.
Things that other cities and states are not.
Both things we should do to the people calling in. By the way.
Pride. We're a city of hope.
Especially Doug Abbott.
He's big pharma, I heard.
Yeah.
This communist shill.
He's a communist capitalist.
Yeah, this is quite right.
Guys, we're so doomed.
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi. I just wanted to state my opposition to the vaccine passport. As many people have said,
You know what I'm thinking? Democracy was a nice idea, like a cool experiment. But I mean, like we can't keep letting people talk like this. We gotta put it on.
Way to go, Jenny.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker I can identify is Susan Jacobson. We're trying to meet Susan now.
Good evening. Thank you for having this forum for us to be able to speak our piece. I live in Holden, been a virtually lifelong resident here. I've seen the devastation in Boston and New York.
Mm-hmm.
What devastation?
The city's gone. They're gone, Brian. Didn't you see in the riots last year? They burnt them to the ground. They are gone.
I swear to God, these people have never been out of fucking Holden in their life. Never mind to Worcester. They're not going to fucking Boston or New York.
No, they just watch the news all day.
Oh yeah, OAN all day.
Just staying as scared as fucking possible.
Doug, your next suggestion to the council should be to set up toll roads at every road coming into the city of Worcester.
Oh hell yeah!
Very expensive toll roads.
It's just like we need thousands of people to die every day so that we can stop the free market from working. Is essentially the message tonight. Yeah.
I only have a question for Doug. Does he live in Worcester? Does he go around Worcester?
Yes.
Does he go
Yes.
out on a Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday and look at the restaurant?
No, Doug only
Doug,
goes
do you
out
vote on a
Wednesday,
Sunday, Monday, or
Thursday,
Tuesday?
Friday.
Sunday, Monday, Dougie's wrong.
You know why are they closed? Because we have no employees. By the way, I am an employer. I own, my husband and I.
Oh, here's an anti-vaxxer right here. This little baby.
Yeah, you can't get employees. Pay more.
Since this thing started.
Goldie, please calm yourself.
We get it. We
Things
get
said
it.
all night.
Goldie's from Holden.
And I thank the mayor. I also thank the manager of the city. And I thank you all for not even giving consideration of this. Because this not
The baby is anti.
Which,
does not like shots.
Oh, Nuovo. That place sucks, anyways.
That place
Nuovo's
does suck.
awful.
They have a great upstairs room, but their food's bad.
We're just gonna send business to another city. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
It tastes like COVID.
Shrewsbury Street is, yes, not, shouldn't be. We should give Shrewsbury Street to Shrewsbury.
Okay, not hearing from Lori. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, Lisa Morin. I'm going to try to mute Lisa now. Ms. Morin?
It went downhill.
Well, never
Jenny.
Johnson. I'm going to try to mute Lisa Johnson now.
We still have to do landlords too. This is gonna be a really depressing night.
Thank you very much. I do hear you.
Yeah, there's no chance they're taking all those calls. Right? Oh, no, that's, yeah.
Mandate. Many will be held accountable and held liable. Maybe not in this lifetime, but eternity is a long time. I implore everyone to
Yeah. Fucking get on it.
Almost
understatement of the year.
Yeah.
Eternity is a long time.
Listen to this.
2 minutes is a long time.
American citizen, you, me, we are all obligated to participate.
She knows nouns.
Disobedience. We pledge the flag, and by the way, thank you for the pledging of the flag at the.
But we got to stop. We got to end that. We have to end that.
To not comply.
Maybe next week, Doug Arbiter can petition to stop saying the Pledge of Allegiance during.
Doug, keep going.
Dude, yeah.
Keep running with it.
The hero we need.
Yeah, Doug, get into it. Just be like the messy bitch who loves drama, and just file the most triggering.
Yeah, that's
every week.
Don't comply, but pledge allegiance.
So good.
Does she know what allegiance means?
Should be like, I think this is going to change the Pledge of Allegiance to I pledge allegiance to the jab.
Doug,
cosign.
Drop your Venmo.
Cosign this. Drop your Venmo.
Drop your Venmo now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm from Leominster, and I was basically
Stay there. Never call. Stay in Leominster.
Definitely not doing the passport because I do have a small business, but it's not about a restaurant or anything like that. But I see a lot of small businesses.
I'm a
losing
drug
out,
dealer.
and especially restaurants. And it's just a shame to see that happening. And
Yeah, I got a small business. I got Addie's.
we do a lot with Worcester, so thank you.
I got a small business. My girlfriend calls it a small business.
I got $30 Ace. I got flour.
I call it an average business. My last girlfriend said it was an average business.
I got Newport hundreds.
Yeah, Doug, whatever, or everybody, whatever you guys Venmo to Doug, Woot Nanny will match.
Yes.
to make this happen.
Yeah, I'm Gary Lewis. This is for the kids. Ah!
Go through. I feel like that would actually jeopardize their safety.
Not for that kid, though.
I'd also like to say that I'm in opposition to using rodenticide. I think the former speaker.
Hell yeah.
Nicely. And that's it for me.
You hear that, Jenny? No rodenticide.
Let
Tell
them
your
live.
landlord, no
Yeah.
rodenticide.
Let him live.
Meanwhile, your landlord's trying to kill him every day.
I believe he hates rats so
violation of human rights to have freedom of movement.
It's crazy that he hates rats, but he had 3 children with one. That's wild.
Oh, it's been an hour. Wow.
It just flew by.
Okay.
Oh my God, Doug! Please get fluoride in the water.
7B and 7C refer to Public Works.
Hey, can we build a wall around Worcester?
For the traffic and parking, we can take those quickly in the roll call.
Oh, they
Watch
don't
the-
want to comment?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thank God. All right. I need to go
What?
and smoke this.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
be
do
here.
it. Please do it.
Watch the numbers on the Facebook stream drop like a fucking rock.
Yes. Councilor Russell? Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Kate's only got an hour left.
Yes, 7H, this is the manager consider bringing forth an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the city to prohibit the construction of a new land use for fossil fuel automobile refueling stations citywide.
Love this one too. Love this
I think
one.
they're holding it, right?
You're gonna hold that under privilege.
Yeah, damn it. I love it though. Good call.
Who held it
7I
under privilege?
is,
Mo, I bet.
City council requests the city manager and act and enforce a vaccine mandate that requires proof of vaccination at all restaurants, gym, weights, training facilities, and the entertainment venues in the city. So I think the motion is to file that. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nian?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Why are they doing that?
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. We have 8.1A.
Cowardice, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't understand Attell and two and Sean and Christian's angle
We
on.
also have transmitting information communication relevant to the reappointment of John Deedy to the Hope Cemetery Commission. We also have
It's a bit of a very depressing night.
Yeah, Yanni, good call.
communication relevant to the reappointment of Seth Pitts to the Trust Funds Commission. And
No, I know that what exactly happened, but that doesn't mean that you have to like publicly vote to file it. Like, tell them to fuck off.
E is transmitting.
I am curious whether or not it's possible.
Doug,
that there
why?
is something coming from the
Take those collectively.
governor
file
that would
those,
make it irrelevant for this to be the hill the city falls on? And
It's, but I don't understand. I don't understand that. I don't understand that line of political thinking of like.
no, I agree. That's what I would assume is happening.
No,
is-
I know, but I'm also responding to Doug a little bit too. Like, I respect it. I respect the strategy of it, but I don't agree that it's a good strategy.
Councilor Rivera?
Agree.
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
I think I
Yes.
don't fucking get that. I don't get.
Yes. Next one is recommending a reappointment of Stephen Quist to the Cable Television Advisory Committee.
Yes.
Thank you for your service.
I agree. Again, I agree that it's not on them, but like take it doesn't occur to like it doesn't look at all like.
Councilor Haji?
I love
force them to have a split vote. Fuck Ed Augustus. Take something back from him. Don't just fucking take it on the chin every time he slaps something down.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
No, totally. I mean, that was always like Connie's value, right? Like she would still be the lone vote for something that might be the right thing to do, even though everybody else had agreed to pass.
8.3A, transmitting information communication of diversity.
I love the idea of Doug typing so furiously. He has to keep sending in his. He's just typing so fast, and he's so like hopped up on adrenaline after that call.
Thank you for the report.
He's like, "Oh damn it, asterisk."
Is this something that we could?
We love you, Doug.
School department on? Or
I do love you, Doug.
Despite what my name tag says.
Is there a separate website? I'm not sure how that would work. Doug Paul under the city's website.
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask my Chief Diversity Officer to answer that, but if I
Goes
could.
back to the wide shot today.
I agree. I think this is
I've been watching
more
more spaghetti westerns lately.
Diversity officer, in the very short period of time that we've had this service, we've had 174 people apply through that site, giving us access to a lot more diverse candidates for a whole host of positions, which is really,
Guys, I
think,
have
be
books.
helpful to
I
us,
read books. Look at all my books.
diversity goals. So I think this is a great new.
Well, look at his little police badge collection back
I
there.
don't know if the
Yeah, that's cute.
subscription allows us to share it with the school department. Or
Look at his dying plant.
Get their own subscription. I don't know if
He calls it Worcester.
Yeah.
The special sauces is urine.
On our specific city website, then they would have to do their own subscription to circadiversityjobs.com. Anything that's posted on the city's website, on our HR page for
Their
job
plants are doing great.
gets picked up by circadiversityjobs.com.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Okay, so
Mr.
Council King, followed by Council Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly appreciate this report. And I just wanted to mention, I know that I participated with Black Families Together.
Thanks, bud.
Police department, fire department, school in the city. And this was actually presented in one of those meetings as relates to diversity in hiring. So I know that the schools are to a degree aware of this, but definitely appreciate the initiative here. And I just had a quick question about the
buy one of Bill's t-shirts.
That's on page 3 to the administration. Just when it says number of jobs created.
There you go.
What exactly does that mean? I know it says right here current count of jobs that were created during the reporting period, but what are we actually talking about here?
Again, look at the numbers on the Facebook stream. Just
through the chair, number of jobs
precipitously dropping as this meeting goes on.
As the city posts on that's just their language.
Thank you all for sticking around. As always, we are brought to you by Crafty Kombucha.
From our website. They do not create any job
drink as much as it
postings
takes
for us.
to forget
They
tonight.
mirror what we already present.
Thank you.
And speaking of fermentation, a lot of the townies that called in tonight, I think their brains are fermented.
Scraping, I guess, going through the website
There you go.
and publishing.
Oh, Sean, while you're here,
Yeah.
I brought this up earlier. Did you send me these?
No, I didn't.
What this actually means.
You got one sent to you every day, right?
Yeah, they're postcards with a message on them.
Should really know
What did the message say?
I don't know because what it says, I can't figure out exactly what it says.
Mr. Chairman,
The only coherent message I've been able to come up with is Bryan is planning to kill the minor.
People of diverse racial
Or
That feels like a Mocro thing.
Or Bry is planning to kill the Iron Man.
I know Molly did not send them to you because she was sending me pictures of me hanging near her
kind of
tree.
diversity.
So it
Yeah.
couldn't have been
the stamp. It came from through Boston.
Well, doesn't everything come through Boston now?
I guess so. Yeah.
Types of diversity that we're seeking.
Very frustrating.
I can look at my list of people who bought and
Were they? They weren't all postcards, were they? The printouts. That's right. I did know that.
And
So
just a quick question.
I don't know. Yeah, I need to find out who did it.
That was supposed to happen.
And I need to find out what they meant. It did. This happened to me when I was in 7th grade. Somebody sent me like one of those magazine cutout letters, and it just said, "Ha ha, you're dead."
Ms. Williams has gone through.
Never figured out who it was.
Process of posting.
Oh my God, Doug.
Received a number of responses. She's worked with the procurement officer to select.
Doug, let me know when it's time, and I can help you get hooked up with some solid body armor.
To award those contracts, so they should be in place.
Yeah.
Imminently. To
Yeah, I
begin
knew. Whoever somebody must have bought 2. That's what I'm thinking.
No one bought 2.
So somebody bought them and wasted their.
My guess, Eamon.
And I look forward to
Maybe.
hearing
Oh.
more about the fruits.
No, but he showed pictures of them hanging theirs up too, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to just say really quick because we're really quick to when something's wrong to shout it out.
Everybody
We have
DM me later. I have a
really
document
shout out
of all the letters. We can do the anagram.
I know that I hate to bring up the race dialogues, but after that whole kind of nightmare, all things can work for good. There was a commitment.
The free state of Florida.
And I want to say that
I think it was Eamon, Brian.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams and the city manager.
All right, I'm gonna figure out what the fuck he meant.
For the support and most importantly for the work that's being done. There's one thing that we want to kind of put out words that sound nice,
you know.
Yeah,
you know,
Doug,
you
if anyone
talk
comes to your house, let
about
me know. As
equity
mentioned
and
earlier, I have a
diversity
crossbow.
and inclusion
So,
and really talk, but how are we really doing that? And this is another tool in the toolbox to really say
all
that
right.
this is about how
I've
we
gotten into a
really
lot of fights on the west side, so I know the
really,
territory.
So really want to just give a big shout out to our city manager and Ms. Williams, the chief diversity officer.
bowl.
Really, really great.
No, the eviction
work.
moratorium
Really
hasn't come up yet.
intentional, for really looking at not something that sounds good, that looks
Doug.
good on paper, but actually doing the work to actually make sure that we're diversifying our work.
Apparently, I can.
And that city, our city employees reflect what our city.
I got to tell you,
Thank
all of that in the long run was worth it to be able to, whenever someone gives me shit, to say "Google me, bitch," and have it count for something.
Thank you. The city manager did a nice job of conveying all the people that were included in this. I just wanted to highlight that folks with disabilities are also included in this as a part of the diversity initiative.
Which one are we on?
I wanted to add that, and you clarified my
This is-
question.
Here for the
I
rats.
was asking if this was going to MO or if this was going to be.
When do we get to rats?
This is about
We'll do a roll call. On that.
Diversity hiring.
Diversity hiring.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next item is 8.4A. The motion is to advertise the adoption of the salary ordinance of the public work facilities, which is also refers to 8.38G. So motion to advertise. Roll call.
Just make sure everyone is catching.
Yes.
The scroll
Gloria?
is catching
Yes.
it as Mayor Putty tonight.
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Rivera?
Sorry.
Man,
Yes.
George Russell should not wear red in that lighting.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yeah, it looks like Zoidberg.
Yes. The next item is transferring information communication of foreclosures and the evictions in the city.
Or Bill could sell it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Bill could sell Mayor Putty.
10.A, which is
Let's do it right now.
Closing eviction of the city of Worcester during the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic emergency.
All right, we're on eviction moratorium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some comments to make about this and a motion. Let me just start by saying thank you to the solicitor for this report. It sounds as though the legal opinion rendered here raises some concerns based on the legal issues that were mentioned about the Boston moratorium and threats that we heard on the calls here to sue the city of Worcester if this were to be enacted. I would still like to ask the question of how we're going to protect our residents, our renters, and homeowners from the long-term harm that evictions and foreclosures cause in the majority of cases. This discussion has unfortunately turned into an us versus them, tenant advocates versus landlords, pro-tenant versus anti-landlords, harming landlords versus protecting tenants. None of these things are helpful or true, and in fact, they only serve to divide and harm our residents. This discussion was about one mechanism that we could use to temporarily protect our residents from being displaced until it's safe, while using all of our resources to support struggling landlords, homeowners, and renters. We are still in a public health emergency and a housing crisis, and the state has made it clear to us that emergency rental and homeowner assistance will end by April of this year. Our most vulnerable residents, people in my district, children, seniors on fixed income, those with disabilities and low-wage earners will continue to get caught in this cruel cycle. Once you're evicted, it
Clearly, Intel didn't get the memo that COVID is over, and we don't have to worry about the
We're
same.
getting an apartment in the private market.
I mean,
I
this is
recently heard from
this
a
is
senior in my
a
own district, the
this is
rents
a
are so high
preamble
that
to
people are
filing the order,
being
right?
displaced and evicted because their buildings are getting sold and rents keep climbing up. This is forcing people into
Also, I think
deprived
Intel
conditions,
should
getting evicted
really
for no fault of
consider
their own.
filing a motion to have
Now,
public
the
internet.
city solicitor gave us a legal opinion about the differences between the Boston and Worcester proposal. The opinion doesn't tell us what
Yes. And
our
Ted.
obligation is to do next. It encourages us, doesn't encourage us to look at the root causes that are leading to no-cause evictions and foreclosures. It doesn't instruct us about the obligation we have to the most vulnerable among us and how we can protect their lives and well-being. That's because it is our job to deliberate on all this, bringing all stakeholders to the table. So what I wanted to say is that the solution to the struggles our seniors on fixed income, moms, dads, young college grads, and working poor face should not limit itself to a discussion on just rental assistance distribution, especially when it is about to end in 3 months. Rental
Oh my God,
assistance
Doug.
does
Jesus
not
Christ.
address why people cannot afford rents.
Hey,
why market rate
let's
aren't
start
accessible to the vast
posting that.
majority of our residents, does not
Let's start
address the
posting
fact
Doug's cell phone
even
number
with
online and
emergency
just put
housing
K
vouchers,
Toomey's up.
people cannot find an apartment, and oftentimes they face
Somebody go on
discrimination.
next door and
Does
post
not
Doug
address the larger
Arbiter's
picture
cell
of
phone
why we're
number.
seeing a rise in foreclosures.
He's got 2
Why the
phones.
anti-foreclosure team that brought this order forward is working overtime to help property owners retain their homes. It does not even address the systemic policies we can work
He
on to make
died.
sure we increase
Unfortunately,
our affordable
Matt
housing
Wally has
units
passed away.
for families with kids and those not yet homeless. I would like to make a motion tonight to direct this conversation to the Economic Development Subcommittee to discuss all available legal and financial resources to protect renters, homeowners facing eviction and foreclosure, recommendations to support landlords through mortgage, renovation, rental arrears resources, including a discussion on how we can increase housing affordability for those who live and work here and have been doing so for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a new motion.
I'd like to amend the original motion, please.
So you would amend by striking out. Okay, hang on.
My motion is, and City Clerk, I'm happy to repeat it again. It's to direct the conversation to the Economic Development Subcommittee to discuss all available legal and financial resources to protect renters, homeowners facing eviction and foreclosure,
Candy's so
recommendations
pissed right
to
now.
support landlords through
Yep.
mortgage, renovation, and rental arrearages resources, including a discussion on increasing housing affordability for those who live and work here.
Okay, so you're amending, so you're striking out, well, they're separate orders really, so.
Right.
So the first one would have to file and the
Shut up,
second one
Candy,
would
shut
have to
up.
pass and submit the ED. I think I get that right. So, so we can file the first one. Then the second one, I think, we're also on that. So I sent this to Council Russell.
Yeah, can
Mr.
someone
Chairman,
remind
this is,
Candy that she isn't the chair?
My memory
Yeah,
of
she's
last
the
week's
stool.
meeting
She's the
was-
She's no longer the chair. She's the stool.
I suggested that this should have been withdrawn or filed, and that the Economic Development Committee just have a discussion on housing and what can be done to improve the situation for everyone. And that would give the Economic Development Committee,
I just think you don't pull the order, you don't file it, you force people to vote on
no
it.
way this item can be amended.
Don't willingly give it. Yeah, make them fucking vote on it.
I had an item that similar to what Councilor Hajay said.
Oh yeah, let's give him Jose Canseco's number for them to call. Nice job.
People need to learn how to say Ittel's last name because it's starting to piss me off. Like they're colleagues now.
Can she start saying everyone else's name wrong?
Councilor Russo?
So rude.
Completely different item that comes
Condi
forward should
Mero?
be on the agenda and should, as all open meeting law discussion is.
Mal Bergman.
It should be posted and should be advertised and people have a chance to read what is being proposed, and the public has a chance to call in or make their comments on it too, because this is a completely different new item. But
yeah, surprise, bitch.
Didn't get to chat about this one beforehand.
And I would think any new item should be put on the agenda separately.
Shut up.
Yeah, so this is
She can do whatever she
we
wants.
We can vote for
Right?
things to go
You're
on the
lucky
agenda.
she's here.
Okay, Councilor King. So we can vote.
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of order, though, I made the suggestion last week to make, I made a motion to have the Economic Development Committee just have a discussion on housing, and that wasn't taken to a vote, or wasn't ability to.
Well, that's because nobody cares about what you have to say.
Between that motion and this
This is really what it comes down to, I think. And she just made the smart move of doing this. Yeah.
I think Council Bergman held it last week, and so everything was held. So that's why. But this will just go on the agenda like it would normally would next week.
Mr. Chairman, I can't support anything that I don't have the specific writing on. It's a long,
You can't read it anyways, George.
Motion like saying discuss housing.
Walruses can't read.
Okay, but this right, so you can vote.
My favorite part of tonight, and in an awful night, is how rough this night has been. That Mo Bergman has broken character, just sincerely posting.
Kate staying strong, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Okay, Council King.
Just a question on point of order here. So, I know we went through a lot of this over the last time, so I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here. So once that's held, it's going to be on the agenda anyway next week, correct?
Correct.
And holding it won't hold it for an additional week. So no matter.
I did some poking around too to figure out whether or not that was an ethics issue for landlords or counselors to be dealing with this. And apparently, like when it comes to ethics law, like something has to be narrow focus for them to have to absolve themselves. Something that's as broad as being a landlord, you can't really ask them to
provide some clarification on this.
take a step back from.
With the new motion put forward by Councilor Hajiye, if you pass it tonight, that can go to economic development meeting at the for a future meeting. And it will be.
Oh my God, Jimmy could drop.
Oh no,
Jimmy.
Tonight will be held under privilege and be
Because he wants to make that sweet commission as a real estate agent.
It will be on next week's calendar.
Correct, but there will be no action by council taken on tonight.
Which Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, I've asked to hold it.
George, we get it. You know rules, but you're losing. I'm sorry. Just like deal with what happened.
Correct. Next week, there is no committee meeting scheduled.
Yeah, a little context for this guy.
Jimmy Caldropoulos is just a. I can't remember. I can't remember which real estate. But he like deals in. He's a realtor, and
he's a realtor. He used to work with Tony Economou out of his brokerage. I think he works out of Andover now, but he was a Worcester guy that still does a lot of business here.
He still does business here, yeah.
He but doesn't live out here anymore, and he.
So he probably has lots of opinions about tonight.
Yeah.
Don't live here.
Well, as he should.
Lives in Andover.
He had attempted to run for council a couple times in the past, but
yes, on both sides of this issue that I've received, it's very clear that all around folks are struggling. We have folks who are on the verge of being evicted.
What a hot take, though, huh? Like, this housing's all affordable. Like, people are going to buy it. Like, we can't get it out of here.
Are also struggling to pay their mortgages.
I wish I was rich like Jenny Pacillo.
Managers working.
I'm so rich.
You want a house?
ARPA funding.
Well, I rent. I just don't pay rent. That's how I'm rich. Just don't pay rent.
And also, once again,
thanks, Attell.
Tell them. Tell Haji I said it was okay.
All those things are happening together. And this particular discussion will.
Yeah, there's an eviction moratorium at Jenny's house. Their names are Clementine, Bixby, and Goldie.
I think that
the house.
Once.
Wow, a new fighter has entered.
Oh my gosh.
I do have a question for the city solicitor.
This is great.
As I read it here, it indicated that there's a number of moratoriums for some communities throughout the state. It looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 listed, not including the city of Boston, so that's 9. And that there was rescinding of some, an overturnment by one. Maybe three rescind folks that rescinded theirs. Then we have the city of Boston stuff. I know when we spoke last time, I asked about what was the merit,
she's on the dial-up
or the basis for the appeal. by the city of Boston. There's nothing to reference him. Just wondering if the solicitor can speak to that.
I'm not sure
We're in the wrong stream.
if I understand what's happening, but good points.
Yeah.
Current cases
Oh, yeah,
that
I
the
can
city of
take-
Boston feels the housing court was wrong in its decision.
Homeboy thinks he's watching Amaranth there, and this is
Boston
yeah,
Public Health Commission does have the authority
almost
to
as pretty.
execute the moratorium.
And I'm sure they've listed
Candy.
Well, thank you for joining us, Gamer Jay.
Yeah.
that support that. I'd like to see that as well. So I'll make that informed motion again. I'd like to see the merits of that. This week I spoke personally to some landlords who said to me, Counselor King, not all landlords are bad guys or bad women or bad people. And I agree that that's true. I know firsthand.
And that was our 15 minutes with Sean.
Folks that are keeping their rent's low, as low as $900 for 2-bedroom apartments.
Found a rat in his apartment.
Clearly for $1,400 or more, because they care about their tenants. On the other hand, I've been contacted by folks whose rents are increasing by $600 within a month. And I think the value of folks who are in owner-occupied multifamilies cannot be underscored. We need to do everything we can to support them. But that is just popped up on my screen. I think we need to discuss this in committee. And would like that to see some feedback on the motion.
Wait, I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
I don't.
Moving
The
the moratorium to the economic development subcommittee.
Oh, okay.
We can make sure that landlords' needs are being met.
Generally, it's kind of
Make sure folks
confusing.
aren't homeless concurrently for a period of time.
It's true.
Councilor Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Trainer for this report. I just have a couple quick questions for him, if that's okay. Through the chair to Mr. Trainer, the city of Worcester no longer is under a state of emergency. And my understanding is because of that prevents us from creating
All right, I'm going to finish one story for Pulse, and then someone, Brian, can you text me when they start talking around, please?
Sure, yeah, Jenny, yeah.
It's like I get these damn kids.
She's gotta do the big centerfold of people showing their Vax cards to go to the bars on Water Street.
You know, you get that Vax passport fucking right away.
Towns that are
I'll be
currently
back.
issuing moratoriums aren't necessarily doing it through like municipal action, and instead it's coming through some board of health entities, and that's where it's being mostly challenged. Is that something that you discovered in your research? Through the chair to Mr. Trainer.
Through the chair of the council, the three communities that I did have an answer on whether they've rescinded or not. I didn't find anything on their websites currently. So I'm assuming they did rescind them. We just couldn't get confirmation from anyone. So I didn't want to just.
You couldn't look a little more into it than looking at their fucking website.
Mr. Trainer's very shy. He just ask him to pick up the phone.
No, that's too much.
My guess is Peabody, Danvers, and I forget the third, Salem, no longer have their moratoriums in effect. But my office called. Bounced around.
But that's just because their mayor's running for lieutenant governor.
Definitive answer. So, not in time
For a quick second, I thought Peabody Danvers was a person.
All of them had gone through citing Chapter 111, and they used their Board of Health in conjunction with, in some cases, their either mayor or city or town manager.
So the city manager, the reason why the vaccine passport can't happen and the eviction moratorium can't happen is because there's no state of emergency in Worcester. The city manager has the power to declare a state of emergency. We're detailing and outlining the ways in which there is an emergency for people.
Last week we talked about this being one of the things to explore.
Rent and mortgages, and the answer is he's just not going to declare a state of emergency.
Yes,
just
That's all that he
quick
can.
questions,
He doesn't
for
want.
the city manager, if I may.
Yes.
Because Mass
Mr.
Live says
Manager,
everything is great.
Through the chair,
Right.
we
So
dedicated, I
again,
believe,
as I may be at
$1.7
the risk of
million
becoming a broken record.
towards addressing,
Fire at Augustus.
this issue, and I'm just curious, kind of, where we at in terms of that funding, what has been expended, what is left, if you don't mind, through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councilor, it's my understanding that about $500,000 has gone out.
True, Yanni, but they have a paywall, so I wouldn't see it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
You have to just copy the URL, go to outline.com and paste it in. You can read any Telegram
We had
article for free.
put the money out to various community-based
Outline.com,
organizations
folks.
to administer the program. Some of those agencies weren't
Not
able
give
to provide the proper
the program
staffing
money.
and outreach to get the money out. So, I think that if the ED committee does take this up, that's one thing that we could.
Oh yeah, Ben.
explore,
Yeah, Ben White taught
balance
me
of
that.
this
It's
money.
super good.
Yeah.
are there
Also,
better ways to try to
the only problem, the only downside to that strategy is that you
Again,
then
that
have to
funding
read
is not
Telegram
ARPA
coverage.
funding, it is through block grant dollars.
That's your
so
prize.
There are more restrictions on those than the ARPA funds have. So it might be a fruitful conversation to see what we can do, mixing and
Yes, it
matching, to create a more flexible program, maybe switching out some of those dollars.
Oh, rest
that
in
might
peace, Gawker.
Make it a little bit easier to get out.
Hulk Hogan ruins another thing for us.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this going into the Economic Development Committee for us to discern how flexible we can be with these funds. And I also feeling quite a bit of urgency around this, given the struggles that I'm hearing since this has been on the council floor. I've been hearing from both tenants and homeowners and property owners alike. So I think that there is some mutual urgency amongst everyone to have some conversation about how we can be a little bit more flexible and how we can find better avenues for people to access these funds and these
There we
resources.
go. Doug Arbiter's numbers down there. Everyone give him a call. Tell him he
I
sucks.
certainly understand that. Council Russell's holding this.
Tell him he's
and,
never getting into the
there's
Hall of
certain
Fame.
procedure that we need to adhere to, but I'm committed to once it does get to the Economic Development Subcommittee to getting it a meeting going relatively quickly to be able to do whatever it is that we can to support these folks who are suffering. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Corio?
That really
Yeah,
should
Doug-
be the approach they take, right? Is with the ARPA
Thank
working
you. I
groups
just have a
coming up,
couple quick questions,
just
and
making
then
it clear, like, push all this money to things like
motion to
housing
put
and supporting
forward.
businesses and the things
If
that
we could,
the council
I've
doesn't
heard
have the spine to
throughout
do
the
on their
week,
own.
many different sources about the number of people going through eviction. So
Yeah,
in order
and
to
again,
set the record straight,
applications
I
to
was-
join that
I
committee
would like
are
the,
open
city
as of
manager
now.
through the chair could put
And Jenny
together-
Pacillo has
doesn't have
some
to be a big
poll about who
report,
gets named to it.
maybe,
So
so when it is being discussed in economic development, we can have the facts there.
Well, that's also
Probably
true.
Go back the last
Mhm.
5 years of the number of evictions that have taken place in Worcester. I think that would be a very helpful thing to look at and for us to understand where we're at. Are we at an astronomical amount of people being evicted? Or are we at the same level as we were 2 years ago, and we just have to work with
Bill's
something that
ketamine
we
dealer
already
just called, so he's
last year
stepping away for a
worked on.
moment.
So I think it's important to get the facts and.
I need one ketamine
Yeah,
and
so my
2
motion would
Burger
be
King
to
chicken
get a report
sandwiches.
for the last 5 years of the evictions in Worcester. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion is to file the original item. We're going to hold
Astronomical waste of
Council
time is actually how
Adjai's
TV
new
Guide
item
used
until
to
next week.
describe the Worcester City
And-
Council meetings
and
back
I
in the 80s.
support that. I think it's a good item that she filed, and we'll discuss that next week and send it to committee, and the ED committee can set up a meeting if it wants.
Bingo.
At a time, and have this discussion. And so we will file, the motion is to file this item on the privilege, it's on the privilege, and then maybe take that collectively with the motion to file.
There he is.
Corio and Counselor.
Flexing his privilege.
Okay, so we'll do those two motions, we'll do that collectively. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Ian,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Roll call.
Laughing.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we have an echo here, but I think I'm not. Yes, are we all set, Nico? Do you get everybody?
Yeah, I think Council
Wait.
Toomey, if you don't mind muting.
Was that our audio coming through on her?
It could have been.
Did that not sound like my laugh coming through on her?
It really did.
Her end. Kate Toomey, if you're watching this right now, pay attention to the fucking meeting, please.
And answer your phone.
Yeah, answer your goddamn phone. Return an email for once in your fucking life.
Recommendations of the Commissioner of Inspectional Services, Director of Housing.
Holy shit. Kate Toomey watching our Twitch stream while she's supposed to be in a fucking meeting.
Somebody clip that for us.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by saying how much I appreciate the new ordinance. I think that all of us
Kate Toomey got caught.
throughout the city have gone through so many of
At least
the
send me a
time
pillow,
frames
lady.
that it's taken to get something off the street. I mean, time and time again, whether it's trash on the street or whether it's a problem property or whether it's furniture, it's always been such a
Thank you, by the way, for including your cell phone number in that automated email.
Folks from the NRT team who have
we need some CSI shit going.
Inspectional services who have spent a lot of time and a lot of frustration, and it's great to see that this new ordinance is going through. And I just want to share to the city manager how much I appreciate him working to get this done, along with obviously the new commissioner in inspectional services who certainly deserves a shout out, and just want to give him a shout out for him going out on Sunday and taking care of something in the city. So this is really a great
This is
ordinance,
crazy to find
I
out that
think,
this is
for us here
actually
in the
Kate
city,
Toomey
and
commenting
certainly for the people who
in the
work
chat.
in inspectional services. And you know, a bag of trash doesn't need to stay on the street any longer for 10 days.
Hey, come on. It's Gary Rosen. He's retired.
It's really, I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but you know, place after place after place, it certainly is a lot. So thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. We have Councilor King.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. There was some concern brought forward with regard to some of the
it's very real.
Whatever it's called that that may be used. I want the manager can speak to that. Chair.
Mr. Manager.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Spencer could jump in here, Commissioner Fink, but there's a list of different options that are available to deal with getting rid of rodent problems. And we would always make sure that we're consulting with the public health department to make sure that whatever strategies we are using don't negatively impact on the public health or any kind of unintended consequences that, you know, might go beyond what the intent is. So it's just one of a number of options that are available, but if either of the commissioners want to jump in.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Spencer is on the line. Have I muted him now?
No.
Sure.
No,
Can
no.
you hear me?
Not a chance.
They're drunk with
Yeah,
no
so I just
power.
jumped in there. The manager is correct. We've identified a number of different interventions that we can look at. And I can't speak for Department of Public Works, but we haven't made any decisions yet in terms of what we'd be using in terms of rat abatement. So there's no decision being made.
Did
as
someone
far as
call
whether we're
Jenny?
using a rodent side or what. We're going to be looking at all the options.
Oh,
working
shit.
with the Department of Public Health, other folks on that. So, but I appreciate all the comments on that, and that's good information for us to be considering. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know, I really took a look at some of the time frames. I think that were allotted earlier. comments from my colleagues. And I'm just wondering, with respect to bandwidth.
Oh, rats. We didn't tell Jenny about the rats.
What this is going to do to our employees here in terms of their workload increases. So I was wondering if the administration can speak to that. I mean, we're going from moving after 24 hours versus 7 days.
Sorry, Jenny. I was a couple minutes behind.
A lot more work.
Couldn't get your attention. I was so caught up on the fact that we caught Kate Toomey watching our stream on their stream.
5 days, 10 days for illegal dumping for 24 hours. And I know from talking to some of the business.
There was a Simpsons episode about this. It's going to spiral out very quickly if we do that.
This challenge.
I'll do that. I like this solution.
From illegal dumping, from graffiti, from challenges from people who don't have a place to stay.
We have cats in my yard like all the time, and we still have a crazy rat.
Yeah, but here's the problem. This is the problem with releasing cats is that they just kill woodpeckers and like rare birds. They don't kill rats. They don't fuck with rats. Rats can fuck up cats.
Challenges, quite frankly. And I'm just, in addition to that, wondering in terms of personnel and workload.
What if we release the mountain lions from the ecotarium? Would those take care of the rats? So, like, if we went up to the ecotarium at night with a couple big aluminum ladders and dropped them into like the mountain lion cage, like that might work.
The counselor,
and then we go.
I think at the bottom line, the hope is that as we show the seriousness with which the city takes these issues, that it's going to, over time, have a deterrent.
Did they say that they have not?
Going to see that we're not going to be tolerant of a mattress or a.
So we actually have more adult conversation around rats than we have about making people homeless. That's happening right now.
That is what
definitely more departments involved.
Problems. These are one of the drivers of rodent problems, leaving trash that's exposed for extended periods of time that animals can get into and have a public health impact on the neighborhood. So staff-wise, it's going to be intense at the beginning.
No one is going to take away my American right to throw food trash out my kitchen window whenever I want because I don't want my trash in the kitchen to smell.
Everybody say goodnight to Doug. Doug, thank you so much for
Bye,
such
Doug Arbiter's a quitter.
Thanks for ruining Tuesday.
Doug,
why
do you hate my kids?
Part. You have to suffer through this.
Kind of, diminishment of the impact. But I got a very clear signal from the council. You wanted us to be serious and take this seriously and not
for once in your damn life, Ed.
In the neighborhoods, impacting families.
We should use ARPA money to buy every man, woman, and child in Worcester a pellet gun. And just everyone gets 2 hours a night to go out and shoot as many rats as they can bag.
If you can bag 5 rats, you can walk into the restaurant without showing your vaccine card.
Show your rats card.
The expectations to a degree, and I'm just wondering, through the chair, is this something that can go to committee for a public hearing? So our folks that are earnestly trying at small business.
If a tell or two can just like massage Ed into stating that the rats are a public health emergency, like that's where the real win is.
For proper community responsiveness to this.
I saw Councilor Russell shake his head, so we'll take that in committee, I guess. And if we wanted to do that, make that motion.
Shook his head. Councilor Zoidberg shook his head.
Okay.
Here to throw him another herring.
Councilor followed by Councilor Russell and Rivera.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to thank the manager, Commissioner Fink, and Inspectional Services for putting this plan forward, especially for incorporating the whole rat problem, because as we've seen in the
it's my freedoms to get
some of the
Black Plague
information that was supplied to us, that there is an increase of rats in the city. Now, that being said, I feel that some of the definitely some of the ordinances that is proposed here will be very effective in cutting down the days where the trash is left in the city. Obviously, rats like trash. Also to educational materials.
Speaking from experience.
And also to, you talk about the mapping.
There's some rat
where
educational
rats are. Now, I
materials
heard
here from the
just
Department of
today
Inspectional
that there were
Services.
rats on Hamilton Street. Now, I'm not sure if the people on Hamilton Street, my first question is going to be, when I call them back and talk to them, is did they call it in? And where did they call
Facts
it
about
in?
rats.
The number that we're going to supply that will be able to service the people that are calling in about
Lady,
rats.
I'm
So I
American.
think
I'm not
that's
going to give up
important
my
thing. I think we'll
rats.
see it
They're my rats. I got my rats.
Hey, the city set up that whole website for Mo so that residents could report coyote sightings. Why don't we just have a rat map?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was ridiculous.
It's still happening. It's wild. The entire city is just like a big blue splooge now. Of just like the entire city is covered with coyotes hunting rats.
People that were
No
and this
people
is
at
also,
restaurants.
sorry, to the city manager to be clear, is that will there be a dedicated person that will oversee this? The person I'm assuming
A
will be
rat
in
czar?
services.
A rat king.
We used to have
Sounds
people that
communist.
had certificate or license to apply and be able to oversee this program. Can you give me some more specifics on that? I'm not sure it was very clear.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman, Council, the feedback from the departments was that historically there had been a staff person who did this, but it became exceptionally hard to keep that staff person, or as the position turned over, keep that person certified with the necessary credential to be able to do the baiting and handle the chemicals that are used to get rid of the rodents. And so I think the suggestion from the department is to use contracted services.
I think Ed is
so
looking
you
for
can
a
have the
master
same
baiter.
kind of benefit, but not have the responsibility to have an employee who has to get recertified and given the challenges of that previously. So the goal would be, if we do a major sewer project, a construction project, bake that into the contract for whoever is the general contractor, that's part of their responsibility. They need to show that they're going to do that as part of their kind of general conditions of the site. Or in the case of, outbreaks in different areas where we think we may have to do catch basins and other things, we can use a contracted service that will provide us with the certified staff who know how to handle this, as opposed to the city.
We could just try firebombing the entire city too.
Man.
Yeah, pull a Philly.
Yeah.
I just have another quick question. So just take me through, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, let's have a day. Maybe like opening day of the Woo Sox. When all these fucking Holden and Auburn people come to town and
we'll all go hang out in Holden.
Yeah.
The number
no.
applied,
I'll just die in the firebomb.
Someone would come out to look at the problem. Can you just run me through what a typical example would be?
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
What does a typical day of a rat look like?
Mr. Chairman of the Council, I think the goal would be to, in our customer
We
service,
should put GoPros on the rats to figure out where they go.
Going to be working on the screens that they use.
Has anybody asked the rats what they think about all this?
Yeah.
Should send it to committee.
What we were finding is when we went back to try to look at the data, sometimes people would mention rats, or some people would mention, hey, there's trash out there and I'm worried that there are going to be rats. They didn't report rats, but they reported a concern that rats.
They got those nacho helmets. That's a big thing of cheese.
So we want to make sure our customer service staff are trained in getting the specific questions and have fields on their screens so they can specifically kind of identify when there's a rat problem that's been identified, ask some questions so that we know what the proper response is. Is there a bird feeder? Is somebody feeding their pets outside? Things of that nature.
No
or
bird
if we
feeders.
See, hey, look, there's a lot of these calls coming
At
in from
Augustus
this
is
general
anti-bird
area.
feeder.
Maybe there is a construction
We should
site,
use
something
ARPA
else.
funds to put little cameras on the rats so that police could use them as informants.
Probing questions to try
Yeah.
to get what the right response is. The right
Yeah.
response might be to give you, as a property owner, some information about what you can do.
Let's put
to
those
not
COVID
attract
chips
these
into the
feeding pets
rats
outside,
and
bird
make them
feeders,
super
other
rats.
things. Or it might be an issue.
They'll be
with
magnetic,
following up with a
and then we
local
can just
construction site
put
or
a,
some other source
a
of
big magnet attached to Matt Wally, and he'll become an electromagnet, and then it'll attract all the rats.
That's how you make a real rat king.
Rat spotter.
Thank you, Council Corio. We have Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I want to first start by saying that the administration did a good job with this, and I look forward to it moving quickly and being implemented quickly. I welcome it.
The Rat King of Austin, Brandon Valley.
Hopefully, we'll have a meeting on it in the next few weeks and try and get some details. I think Commissioner Fink and Commissioner Spencer.
Yeah, rat businesses are the smallest businesses.
On this, and both are doing yeoman's work and trying to deal with this issue and just the general issue of
not one bit
uncleanliness.
Yeah, that's not helping either.
Mr. Chairman, I do, however.
I like to think Mr. Russell set up that one little American flag for the shot.
You knew there had to be somewhere in there.
Mo, I would love to white balance George Russell, but he'll take that as something else and get really excited.
And other previous members of this council had asked for a place where people could bring a yellow bag of trash and drop it off. We've asked for that over.
What a yellow bag full of rats.
Even if
and again, like, I feel like we need to incentivize this whole program.
You know what we need? We need the kids from Gummo out there with BB guns, hunting rats, and bring them to the Chinese food restaurant.
In that truck, bring it to the city facility. I know there's questions about opening a transfer station and whether the state would designate something as a transfer station, but we need to give residents of this city an alternative way of getting rid of things, especially.
It's the only pro-black thing that Donna Calorio is.
People don't want smelly trash in their living area, in their homes, or
that's why
anywhere,
George Russell's in his house's basement right now.
So what they do is they
Full
put
of
it outside.
They don't want smelly trash in their living area.
Sometimes it'll last outside, but when they put it outside, it's an attraction to
I'm not good.
Attraction to
It's awful.
all kinds of other
I'm having a bad time.
We need to
Having a
have
bad
a
time.
location. We have a location over on Millbury Street where people can bring recycling when they have a building.
No,
of
Greg, we're not
recycling,
doing
they can bring it there and just show their Worcester ID and drop off the recycling, and Casella takes their live.
Whoa! You're gonna show papers to freaking make recycling? I know my rats.
Multiple locations for yellow trash bags. I also have concern about our shutting down the bulk waste in the inclement weather. If we're going to shut that down, we should have a way of trying to direct our residents and our business owners to other local facilities that are for-profit businesses.
That's how you get into Florida with the trash passport.
Transfer stations, basically, and accept the large bulk items and accept the small bags. They don't take yellow bags, of course, but they'll take a bag of whatever you have for waste.
These new city trash bags are so cheap that all my rats keep escaping from them.
Does that. If there are multiple companies that are in the city that do that, I think we should include their information on
You
our
just said
city
doo-doo.
website so folks know where to bring things when they want to get rid of it. And that's pretty much it, Mr. Chairman. So at the committee level, I'll be looking for those answers, and I'll be looking for more information as possible about trying to get the residents a place to bring a yellow bag and to just get rid of their waste. Thank you.
Who wants to put a trash bag in their car? Who has the time?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank.
George Russell absolutely drives a large white pickup truck, even though he's never done a day of work in his life.
Part of one of the concerns is I talked about in the previous council regarding really addressing the issue of trash, illegal dumping, and really looking at how often
This is where I actually support, like, if you've got a couch or a mattress, just like put it in the middle of the street. Do it at night when nobody's watching, and like someone's gonna call and the city will come pick it up. Solved.
Yeah, can the city order a bunch of really, really small motorcycles?
So this is really
important. And then
and
most of these rats will
again,
get adopted by a nice family.
Addressing on top of that the issue of the rodents that have come up, repeatedly. So I'm looking forward to some of this really begin, getting implemented, and really moving towards, really helping us to take care of our community, our neighborhood, and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hajiai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to ask a question through you to the city manager or Commissioner Fink. I know that we talk a lot about trash, and the state of Massachusetts came up with some really strong
Rats. Commissioner
goals
Fink.
that take us in the direction that we should
Rats.
go,
Commissioner Fink.
which is to reduce our
I know where the rat problem's coming
reduce
from.
our waste, really, including composting and the recycling materials. I was wondering through you, Mr. Chairman, to either the city manager or Commissioner Fink, where are we with the curbside recycling of textiles that I think was talked about thanks to the city manager a long time ago as part of the Clean Worcester program? Thank you.
That was Brandon's suggestion earlier. Take one rat a day and leave it in somewhere else.
I just asked him that question
As part of your commute, so we're not even asking residents to go out of their way. Just get another commuter rail. Someone just hands you a little have a heart trap and
Mr. Mayor, through you to
just let it go on the other side of Grafton.
Yeah, the manager did actually speak to me this morning with regards to that. We have been looking at that. We were talking with contractors, 2 actual vendors that had been doing something similar with neighboring communities. It did fall off the table because the contractor that had been successful was pulling back and pulling out of some of those municipalities.
That's your first
we do need
mistake.
to restart.
I think he's at that Vietnam Memorial
See
Wall.
if there is a market, or we can get a vendor.
Does that
to
say
come in
Harlem?
and assist us in extracting that out of the waste stream and at least
And
diverting it
MoMA and
somewhere
Wall. Yeah, they're all New York places. It says Wall Street twice.
Hajiai, you all set with that?
Also, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think
It's true.
that's everyone. I just want to thank the commissioners for the report. It was excellent. So
Rat
much
Spotter
appreciated.
Connect.
It was connected to committee. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, so we'll go to committee and then come back because it has to be advertised for 2 weeks.
Yeah, once it comes back for a hearing, yes. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, can it be advertised as is and sent to committee for information?
Yep, we can do that.
Why don't we do that?
Okay, we'll do that.
George Russell
collectively.
has like a bee in his bonnet tonight. He needs to relax.
The purpose of that motion is to get some feedback from the public before we take a vote on it.
Rats have like a long hairless tail, and mice run an arcade and birthday event center.
Rats and rodents. There's some stuff on there that relates to graffiti, things of that nature that are on here, and really would like to see.
Happy to help.
We should contact some rats to sneak up under the chef hat of a
The problem is if you
and
advertise
throw
it,
him
it changes.
into culinary greatness and turn restaurants around, and then we'll get 2 birds stoned at once. We'll be putting these rats to work, and we'll be
That lady from Nuovo won't have a hiring problem anymore if she puts rats under everyone's hats.
Yes.
Yes. Council Rivera?
Our food will probably taste better.
Rose?
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Amir Petty.
Next, we have to go back to 8.14A. That's transmitting information, communication, other foreclosures and evictions in the city. We can send that to ED. That's okay with everybody. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Hajiai?
Yes.
Council King?
What's the motion?
Send to economic development.
What?
Something about
The
rats.
report on evictions that was on the account. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, because she doesn't want to get caught again listening to our shit.
Council King, is that a yes?
Yes.
Bill, I think you were away for that part. There was an echo. There was an echo coming from the city council stream.
Yes.
That sounded remarkably like my voice laughing right after I was laughing on our stream.
That means somebody's watching.
And Petty said something about there being an echo, and Kate Toomey muted her thing, and it stopped.
Oh, that's so good. I hope she's watching.
They straight up called her out too. They said Kate Toomey needs to mute.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Hey, Kate Toomey, if you're watching, suck my fucking dick.
Wow. Full DX.
The crotch chop and everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Councilor Rivera for
Can't believe
putting
Bill
this
went
on.
full
We're happy
DX
to
tonight.
share some of the hard work.
Oh, now we're
that
going
you
to take
do.
COVID seriously. Awesome.
Thank
Oh, okay.
Dr. Hirsch and Castile for
Oh,
just
boy.
Herculean
All right, I'll
effort,
be
and
back.
for
I gotta finish this so Kevin.
the staff of Public Health, the staff of Health and Human Services.
Oh yeah,
and
somebody
even
stole
the
Kevin
extended
Law's
city,
iPad, everybody.
staff,
You know,
our human resources office,
Venmo him or
the
something
library
if you want him to
staff,
have his iPad back.
Senior center staff, so many people have kind of pitched in.
Where'd it
and
get
come
stolen from?
together to try to
I think
DCU
out
staff.
of was it? I assumed it was out of Glazy Susan's car.
It was his car parked near Glazy Susan.
We keep our residents safe. We get people vaccinated.
They're targeting.
we do everything
They're
we can
targeting the Skurziks.
to navigate through these
Donut Mafia.
really unprecedented numbers that we've seen recently.
Molly, which Doug?
As has been mentioned,
Because as
hopefully
established
we're on the
earlier, if it's Doug
downside,
Girton, we don't care.
Of the Omicron surge, it looks that way.
We're gonna send
what
some
the
rats out to
wastewater,
find it.
Numbers suggest, and even the daily counts are following that. So fingers crossed, we're headed for better days. Just to mention a couple things.
There's no need for a state of emergency or a vaccine passport because we're crossing our fingers, everybody.
That's all we need.
The kind of uptick in the emergence of
Oh,
Omicron.
interesting.
As was mentioned, on September 20th, we put a mask mandate in, and again, that was
We should find out.
somewhat
Somebody asked Kevin
controversial,
Law
and
if his
thought it was
if
the
his
right thing
iPad
to
was rose
do.
gold.
That remains in place as a proven method at slowing the spread.
I love
Do a Doug stat.
84% of city
Particularly,
employees are
N95
vaccinated.
masks.
When
The city
the
of
real
Worcester,
thing that
we
matters for anybody
created
is how many people in the
earlier
population
part of the
vaccinated.
pandemic,
1%.
almost our own strategic
But
reserve
this goes
of
back
masks,
to
because there was
the
an
Justice
issue when the
Administration running the city like a business.
pandemic first started.
and
Nobody
not
could access
the city.
PPE, some of the essential supplies. We learned that lesson, and we bought significant supplies so that if we did have subsequent surges and there were challenges in accessing these, we would make sure that we were able to protect our city workforce as they remained on the job delivering services. So we've deployed N95 masks to our city workforce, knowing that those masks are superior.
Will be below chins at all times.
To protecting people than the cloth masks or the surgical masks that we often see. We did put in the vaccine mandate for city employees. We have just about 85%.
Thank God all those people from Blackstone aren't on for this part. They would be calling back in right now.
Number has gone up. Since we imposed this requirement, which is a good thing. And then we have given an option to employees who don't get vaccinated to do weekly testing. So far, since we did that, 116 employees have been identified with a positive case through that weekly testing. That's 116 people that would have come to work and potentially
Instead went to the
spread it
Boynton to smash beers and get everybody else sick.
We were on the verge at one point of really getting into a crisis situation with the fire department because we had so many people out. And we implemented, using the rapid tests, a daily test. And we were catching asymptomatic cases very early on, preventing them from going into the fire stations. And that was one of the key strategies.
That's good,
that allowed us
'cause
not to brown out any of our fire.
The only Worcester firefighters that I know are virulent anti-vaxxers. So
Oh, big time. They fucking can't stand it.
they also, I'm convinced they have a ring of fake vax cards that the city hasn't bothered to look into.
Oh, absolutely. It's so easy to do.
Reduced workforce.
The guy I know posts on Instagram every day that he'd rather die than get vaccinated, and I'm just always like, so are you saying that you have a fake vax
Our
card?
hope is that now we've reached 60% vaccination rate, full vaccination, 70%
This is so
with
good.
one dose. We want to
PPE.
continue to drive those numbers up. We know children still represent a significant part of our population that are not vaccinated. If you look at the, ages 5 to, senior citizens.
Oh, shocker.
Group from 5 to 18, 5 to 25 are still very under.
Makes sense because he's been
represented in
faking
terms
his
of
traffic for the
percentage
last
of
5
those
years. So.
demographics that are vaccinated. So Dr. Castile
Oh,
is
cool.
going to be heading up kind of a children and youth advisory committee that's going to be made up.
The number one reason why vaccine
youth
passport
serving
system would be
organizations in the
helpful is
community,
because it makes it that much
Worcester
harder
Public
to have a fake
Schools,
vax
child care
card.
centers, and others, really trying to strategize
you.
about how we get those youth numbers up. We're going to be doing another round of school-based vaccination clinics in the Worcester Public Schools after the and then our middle school and high school students around that time should be ready for their boosters, and we'll be able to go through and do boosters.
I got tested on Grafton Street, and now I can get a mortgage.
Youth that might be eligible for those boosters. So
someone just called me up. So I can get a mortgage on whatever kind of house I want.
As the numbers come down, we can get back in the schools and do some of those school-based clinics. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Castile and Dr. Hurd.
Oh, it's too dangerous to go into schools right now to do vaccines?
Are you able to put it full slide? Because I have a lot of breakups here. Can you make it bigger?
I can try.
Well,
Give me 1 second.
If any of our streamers right now want to go firebomb problem pregnancy parody, just kidding. But
for humor, but for real. But for humor.
That would be a productive, like if you're an arsonist and you just really have to get that itch out, that's the prime, that's probably the best place in the city you could get that.
Lots of rats seen hanging around their dumpsters too. So yeah, two birds.
It's a standalone building.
Yes.
Not really too much risk of spreading, and it would be parody.
We're now in Omicron.
That building.
We have gone through a good portion of the Greek alphabet. I think we skipped 2. We skipped, I think it was new and she.
That dude, there was a dude a while back that was like a local arsonist who was lighting dumpsters. And I think he went to, he was in a mental health institution for a while. I think he was committed somewhere, but I do think he's out now.
Does anybody have his number? We can set up a phone tree with Doug Arbiter, Kate Toomey, Jose Canseco, and this guy.
And 279. And 3 weeks ago we were at 10 million.
We're just glad that he got the help he needed.
Who have had Omicron, that there is a huge peak, and then it starts to drop.
I turned this down because it felt like, I don't know, we've gone through a lot tonight.
It's been a lot.
Yeah, it's good that we have public health people that are looking at these numbers and really understand them and stuff. Your average member of the public does not need to know this stuff.
No, because they've made it clear tonight that even when the numbers are thrown in their face, they
even the most
will ignore them.
Is going to be discarded. So
there's a woman in Dudley who has a spoon stuck to her forehead right now and doesn't know why, and that is all that matters to the people watching this.
I hope those 2 ladies that were crying on the stream are still crying.
Yeah, the hair salon owner and the owner of Nuovo.
Liter of sewage should be the new unit of measurement for all things Worcester.
How many liters of sewage is Joe Petty?
At least 4. Did you guys see the thing that Discover Central Mass posted on Instagram before they deleted it?
No.
It was a post of Miss Worcester Diner, and then the whole written up post was written about the Boulevard Diner. If you look at Seltzer Time's story, Ricky caught it. I didn't see it.
I love that.
And nations have been pretty much stable
Well, I hope whoever has that fake job isn't fired.
They're fine. They live in Millbury or some shit.
Bill, while numbers are happening, how is your war with Worcester Wares going?
Oh, it's going great. I am the person behind Worcester Hates You. I've been anonymous since now.
Congratulations.
And I'm just going to let you know that a small business in Worcester that has an aesthetic I disagree with is actually gentrification. So that is the worst thing that's ever happened to the city. And how dare they?
Okay.
I talked about it on the most recent episode of my new podcast, Shameless Self-Promotion. But
yeah, sure you did.
Me and my co-host got into a little bit where like he was kind of with Worcester Hates You about Worcester Wares being like a gentrifying agent, and I was like, well, come on, let's like really think about this. Like, it's just a small business with an aesthetic that's kind of corny, but it's like run by a Worcester person, and it's all the money's staying in Worcester. I don't see how it's really gentrification. It's maybe because it's like a more appealing brand to like a newcomer than the objective reality of the city, which is that everybody just hates each other and has weird petty beefs.
Sure.
Living
Yeah,
here,
maybe that's the only
it plays into gentrification in that way and portraying an image of the city that like objectively doesn't exist. But
right.
The business itself is not a gentrifying agent. Let's be
Yeah.
clear. It's just a lady who likes her city and wanted to make T-shirts saying so. And
if you don't like them, that's totally fine. But like,
yeah, and if you do,
there's a difference
totally
between
fine.
and and if you have like even if there are legitimate things to criticize, I think like you said, there are bigger issues at play than
yeah. This is just a classic example of understanding that somebody who runs a meme page, such as Worcester Hates You, is an asshole, an unreconcilable asshole, and you don't message them pleading for them to take shit down.
Right.
You just lean into it. You're like,
it
haha.
would be I mean, it's like, again, they're big supporters of this show, so thanks, Worcester. I mean, because it's Bill. But yeah, I mean, it would be like one of the city councilors reaching out to us and being like, "You need to stop talking shit about me on your stream." It's
Yeah,
like, fuck no.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
Time to double the fuck down.
Yeah. In there, listen, it's happened. Like last year when all this shit was going down, or 2 years ago now, when all the with the city council, people are starting to pay attention and criticize them a lot. A lot of the city councilors were reaching out to people that called in and being like, "Oh, this is really affecting me," and all that stuff. And it's like, yeah, that might be true, but like, this isn't the way to handle it.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know that it worked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I would like to know.
I mean, Worcester Wares, I mean, I don't know if she watches, but they've been supporters of us all along. I mean, they were huge supporters of Woot Nanny early on. I mean, we couldn't have gotten a lot of stuff done for our first few years of Woot Nanny without without Jess's help. So
what Jess should have done, and this is like Monday morning quarterback ship, but she basically should have done what I did, and like instead of getting mad, just taking the shirt and just made it, and let Worcester Hates You complain about it.
All right, as somebody that has shirts for sale at Worcester Wares, and I know Jess is just a fan of Worcester, what she should have done is just made a Worcester Loves You shirt, put that out, and then donated all those sales to something Worcester, and it would have been end of story.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like Major Taylor's Family or something.
Killing rats.
Yeah. Any of that works for me.
Yeah.
To play into it was the bad move.
Yeah, and I mean, like, okay, it was the Worcester Hates You person's prerogative to reshare the messages that Jess sent. They didn't have to do that. They were an asshole for doing that. Huge dickhead.
As I understand it, she shared it first on her personal page.
Oh, well, whatever. Doesn't matter.
I just think it changes the narrative.
Yeah.
The whole thing was fucking so funny. So everyone has to understand that and also buy the shirt from my big cartel. So I can
That's the
profit,
biggest thing.
so I can profit off of drama that is completely unrelated to me, and they can both cry about it because I made like $250 already off of this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us the biggest the biggest angle on this. Let Brendan. Oh, Brendan, do you have something to say?
No,
All
I've
right.
nothing to say. This is one time in my life. Yeah.
I think they're like our biggest angle here is that these are all we all have to live in the city together, and we all know each other, and we're friends with every part of this story. And maybe sometimes it's okay to have a nuanced opinion and to criticize people for some things and to support them for other things, and to maybe not rise it to the level of a war when you have a legitimate disagreement with somebody, and
Yeah, maybe
you
just
know
keep it in perspective. It is not the end of the world that someone made a meme about your shirt.
Yeah.
And it is not the end of the world if your meme about somebody's shirt makes them mad, and then you go on a all-out fucking campaign against them.
yeah,
It's just
scorched
very
earth campaigns are only good against rats and George Russell.
fucking smear campaign, dude. It was just a classic example of like when I first moved to Worcester, my dad used to deliver coffee to a bunch of Worcester businesses all the time, and he was like, "Oh, you're moving to Worcester? Man, that's a tough city. Everyone there hates each other. They all have these weird beefs that they've held on for like 20 years, and there's like somebody in the city that they just can't fucking stand, and they like go out of their way to like not do business with them and shit." It's like, yeah, we're still doing it.
Yeah.
City of city beefs.
The thing that always sucks to me too, though, is that like a city this size, and it's a small city, but still, like it's a healthy sized small city. It can't be one thing, right? So it's like you got so many people that have a vision for what the city is supposed to be, like totally lack the perspective that like there is no one thing that makes people happy. And I don't know, like when I was coming up in the city in the 90s, I felt like we did a really good job pre-social media of like everybody had their little corner of the city, and there was weird shit happening everywhere. And there still is, but it's like, it gets squashed really quickly because people still love punching down and what have you. And it's so easy to do that when via social media and what have you. And it's just not healthy. I don't understand why people focus so much on what other folks actually think when nobody's getting hurt, and instead just continue doing their thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and I guess there is that, and also if you don't like this like meme account that's shitty to everybody, then just don't give them any air. Like
yeah,
I get a huge kick out of them. Sometimes they talk a lot of shit about my friends.
Yeah, no, I've been on the brunt of that too. I mean, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, they've made fun of us. It's funny.
Yeah,
it's cool.
It's a good time. Yeah,
someone's paying attention to you. Embrace that.
Exactly. No bad press.
Yeah, why do you think as soon as I started working in Worcester media, I just immediately picked the biggest beef I could with Turtle Boy? It's like being in fucking prison.
Right.
You just go up to the fucking biggest, most obnoxious person and like knock them around a little bit, and then you get solidified. It's like you lean into it. Like Worcester Wears and Worcester Hates You could have profited off that. Actually, I saw one of the Worcester Hates You guys at the bar the day after that happened, and he was like, "Yo, you should give me some of the money you made off the shirts." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, maybe."
Yeah.
Just like obviously with no plan of ever doing that. And then she was like, I was like, "Oh, you know what we should do though is we should start a fucking beef between me and you for making the shirts. And like you should get mad at me for like profiting off of your meme." And he was like, "Nah, I don't have the energy." I totally would have leaned into that.
Yeah, he's just arguing with himself.
Yeah. No. Worcester Hates You.
Yeah, he was Tyler Durdening himself.
I was just talking to myself at the bar. I'm still looking for Ket.
Yeah, I mean everybody knows who it is, but it's fun if we all pretend that it's anonymous.
Yeah, I mean they've They've both asked me to respect the anonymity. And
That is the one point I wanted to make because it made me think of this, and I don't think they've totally delved
wait,
into
Kenny,
it yet. But
I do not do Worcester hates you. I'm fine to like if people think that I'm not going to correct them most of the time because it's annoying. And sure, whatever, similar brand.
my only thing that I think is potential minefield is that when they get into like personal attacks against people, it's asymmetric for them to be doing it from an anonymous account and then to be talking about people's personal lives. If you're a public figure, if you're a business owner or whatever, it's all fair game. But like when you're getting into like personally attacking people and stuff like that, like private, quote unquote, normies and stuff, it's a little asymmetric to be doing it from this like anonymous account. And
right.
Luckily they haven't gone completely into that yet, and I'm happy to see it. But there's times where I'm like, yeah, I mean that's the thing. It is very much like it just reeks of Aiden Kearney pretending that he isn't Turtle Boy for years and years while trying to hurt people.
Yeah.
But again, these are the conversations to have when you're the second largest city in New England and we're worried about personal enmity between
t-shirt makers and meme makers.
And I'll profit off of fucking any weird beef. I don't care.
Yeah.
Back in 2002, I threatened to light Worcester artist Doug Chappell on fire once, and so I mean I know personally what it's like to crush somebody's soul online, and it doesn't feel good afterwards. Don't punch down, folks. Doug, if you're out there, I still feel bad about that and think about it all the time. Low point for me.
Punch up and fire at Augustus. Bully the mayor, everybody.
Is this all clip art, or are these actually happy vaccinated people in Worcester?
That's I don't know. I was gonna make a joke about how I look like a SoundCloud rapper, and then I was like, wait, that might be racist. And I didn't do it.
Or an actual Worcester SoundCloud rapper that now you've got a beef with on Instagram. And
Mr. Manager, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I think our director of the Worcester Division of Public Health, Karen Clark, has ceded her time to me because she knows I'm kind of gabby. Hoping to make this brief because
we can turn that back up a little bit, actually, Chuck, if you don't mind.
In what I'm going to be speaking about today. So the good news is I only have 3 slides. The bad news is there's a lot of pictures on the 3 slides. So I can see Mayor Petty is laughing because he sat through over 200 press conferences with the city manager and myself. And it's been an honor and a privilege to be the Chief Pandemic Information Officer.
Yeah, we have our own little Fauci.
But it's also been a challenge.
Yeah. What hat is he wearing today?
The information coming out of the CDC, the information coming out of Mass Department of Public Health was...
Okay, Ben, but what hat is he wearing?
Sort through.
Does it say I learned to kill in Kelly Square?
We were very
that might be a good hat
because we have medical expertise of our own, and I will point.
It just goes around the hat.
But, particularly, Dr. George Abraham.
Sounds better for a beanie.
The director of infectious disease and internal medicine at St. Vincent's, Dr. Richard Ellison, who's the director of infectious disease and runs the lab locally that helps.
Oh yeah, we love George.
All of the COVID-19 specimens that we are collecting, and unfortunately, the late Dr. Finberg, who was on the national vaccine committee.
George is one of those people that is it's infuriating how talented and nice he is, but also exceptionally heartwarming how talented and nice he is.
You can go to the next slide, Nico.
Yeah, the dude just exudes happiness. I love seeing him. I saw him at Arts Worcester the other night. Oh God, yeah. All I wanted to do was hug him.
I'm going to take this in little chunks. So hit the next slide, Nico. And okay, so the numbers. I know Dr. Castile has given us a tremendous overview. You can see here as of yesterday in
Mo
the New York
Bergman breaking
Times,
character.
we had our peak of the Omicron surge on January 12th. This is our third surge, and this was our worst in terms of sheer numbers of cases. And fortunately, the nature of Omicron is that if you were vaccinated,
Is this one of our longer
boosterize,
streams?
it was a very mild case.
Yeah.
in general,
Yeah, definitely.
on the other hand, if you were unvaccinated, you had a 5 times more likely chance of getting
I love this.
admitted
I
to the
love some data.
hospital and a 15 times higher chance of dying than if you were vaccinated. So we'll talk a little bit about vaccines as we go. And I'm not going to labor too many more numbers, except to say that our
hey.
kind of conscience in the Department of Public Health and Health and Human Services, obviously, speaker you just heard from, Dr. Maddie Castile, whose unbelievable efforts in putting together her equity approach.
Since she's listening, how many liters of raw sewage do you think Kate Toomey puts out a day?
Inspirational thing to watch every day. And,
I don't know. She should let us know. She's watching.
So let's go to the next one. So let's talk a little bit about masks. I mean, it has been very, very clear from the outset of the first surge that the 3 W's were very
boring people to death is like
keeping our community as
the
safe as
modus
possible.
operandi of like your
When
real
we had
state
no
health state
real
sort of person,
therapeutics
you know?
to give people.
Like your standard government worker.
Remember the distancing, the washing of the hands, and
resuscitation is boring
the
as
wearing
fuck.
of the mask. And people have been very,
It's so funny because so many of the people that were calling in earlier could have
and we were the
benefited from
first
the simple
but
like
they
information in this, but there's
not just through
there
the first
no
surge, but
chance.
now,
They're all gone.
Since
They
October,
fucked off back
there
to
was,
fucking Lunenburg.
second surge, which was the Delta surge, and then we have maintained that through.
Does
the
Lunenburg even
Omicron
have a government?
Following the science,
They don't
that
even have
said,
a water park.
unfortunately, that Omicron was not sufficiently prevented from inhalation.
But Worcester could have a
or
water park,
spread
municipally
with
funded,
just
down at
plain
Coast Pond.
surgical or cloth
If we got our
masks
shit together.
spotted
That's
through
true. We
some of
should
the Alpha
absolutely have
times
that. It's
and the
wrong.
Delta times.
It's wrong that we've done this to you, Brent.
I'm reconfiguring my zipline idea after the
recommendations
Woo
come
Sox
out,
fail.
they sound
We're going to
different.
fill the stadium with
This
water and then have
virus
zip
is
lines that
a
run into the
mutated
stadium
one.
from
It
all the
mutates
hills.
and comes
And you'll
from,
see like big splash park. Everyone
areas and pockets of people
cut
that
loose
are
right over the park.
unvaccinated where it has a chance to propagate, and when it makes copies of itself,
I can't find the
incorrectly,
picture of you on
come up
the
with a
water slide. I think it
mutation.
may
And
be
sometimes
gone.
those mutations just die out, and we've had a lot of those, as Dr. Castile pointed out. That's why you really only know about Alpha, Delta, and Omicron. You don't know about all the ones that fizzled. But Omicron didn't fizzle. And when it became apparent it was as transmissible as measles, we went to the recommendation for KN95 or N95 mask.
That's
now
yeah.
the
Holy
federal
shit.
government, Governor Baker, and also of City Manager Augustus, there'll be many more of those available for the public. And I don't think, even though the recession of the Omicron is upon us, that we should throw these masks away, because that's what we don't know about the next wave, if there will be one. It may be that this becomes a wintertime phenomenon, that we don these masks again if further outbreaks occur. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So you can hit the next slide. So vaccinations, as you see,
It's true.
We were able to stand up our first vaccination center up at the Worcester.
Yeah, it's
Senior
pretty clear
Center
that there's something
on
else coming.
January 11th of 2021. We were able also in the previous year, because we were anticipating that Operation Warp Speed was going to get us to a administration period of vaccine sometime towards the end of 2020 or beginning of 2021. We had to get vaccinators. So we were
But
able
those
to,
experts did not figure in the fuckwads from Dudley who wasted an hour of my time tonight.
and with many partners in the city, a core of vaccine administrators. We use the Worcester Medical Reserve Corps, which is operated out of our emergency preparedness division within the Division of Public Health.
So I don't think you're supposed to put anything over a KN95 because they partially work on static.
I'm sorry.
And the cloth hurts it, I believe.
Vaccination back in January.
But somebody look into that, because that's just an article someone showed me. Kate Toomey sent it to me.
There is Governor Baker visiting our Worcester Senior Center with Mayor Petty, and he was very impressed at how we set this up. And we set this up because our emergency management group, along
I mean, Matt, do you want it to be the crafty kombucha variant? I mean, no bad press,
workers,
but it's up to you.
Dr. Castile's HHS team combined to make an emergency vaccination centers, which was modeled for a lot of other places after we started it, including the one that ended up being the mega site at Worcester State University. The next one. And that's three of us on our inaugural day up on January 11th.
The fuck?
That's Karen Clark in the middle of.
All right, we can turn this down a little. This is fucking picture time. I don't need to know about I don't need to know what you did on your summer vacation.
Wonderful public health nurses who have
Doctor.
You know what is worth pointing out with this, even though I've been totally zooming out and just like
working
my friends about
days.
this.
We have a wonderful
Sorry.
epidemiologist,
Is
Nikki Nixon, who has helped
there
us
is so much
through
like
a lot of the stats that you're seeing us present
unwarranted
tonight.
like
The next slide.
self praise and like look at us doing stuff sort of
And
like
so as
mentality,
things went
like,
on, we realized that we
That's
could
just
only
so
stem
fucking
the
obnoxious.
tide of this by
Yeah.
really
Yeah, Mo Bergman, I
understanding
have fucking friends.
who was testing positive and
No, we can't be
where their context might be. And that took
It is.
up a
It's
lot
very
of the first
narcissistic.
year and
It's
a
like
half of our time.
subjecting
We were lucky enough
the
that
public
UMass
to,
Memorial was kind enough to
just
use their center at the
very weird.
Mercantile Center as a
And
testing center.
in
You
Worcester,
can
we've
see
been doing the same
that
weird
once
thing that like
people
liberals have
understood
done
that
with
only,
Dr. Fauci, where it's like
hope to get back to
like
some
some sort of
semblance
like
of normal
almost
if you know
demonized
you're not
figure
going
of
to be
being like,
spreading
oh,
the disease
the
to your
adult in the
loved
room
ones
who
or
like
to your
understands
family, and
infectious
that many
disease.
places were going to
Cheers.
require if you
Oh, great.
got on an airplane,
Like
if you
Leo DiCaprio's character in Don't Look Up, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a public health official that gets turned into like a mini celebrity. Like why the fuck do we care about Michael Hirsch's fucking hats? You know? Like, I don't give a shit about that guy's hats. But that's like a little Worcester meme where it's like,
Right.
ooh, what hat is he wearing today? Ooh. You know? It's very fucking weird.
Ultimately, all of this has been super reactionary as well too. And it's not to say that anyone has done a bad job, but like again, it goes back to talking about vaccine passports and whatnot. Like, it's not about what's happening right now. It's that knowing full well, like, this doesn't just go away, and we're pretending as though, literally in front of us, we have adults pretending that it is just going away. And look what a great job we did. Yeah.
they have for care of convalescent homeless folks.
It's nothing against him. It's about this. It's about these systems, how they co-opt people, even the people that are trying to do good jobs. They just take them in and then turn them into ineffective people by like infantilizing him into the guy that wears hats.
Right. I actually feel bad for Dr. Hirsch in a way, and I genuinely love the guy. But it's the problem that I've had going back to the beginning of COVID is our public health in the United States on a municipal level started because of actual communicable diseases and whatnot, and public health crises that more involved like virology and whatnot. Back in the 70s and 80s, when it started to become a matter, public health became a matter of violent crime. That's when you started bringing in people like Dr. Hirsch, who is a pediatric trauma surgeon. My kid gets into a car accident. I want nobody waiting on the other side of the crash doors at UMass than Dr. Hirsch. But I don't really give a shit about his hot takes on virology or epidemiology. Like, I want an epidemiologist or virologist at UMass telling me what we should be doing. And again, it's not a knock on him. I know he talks to those people and whatnot, but we actually have those people. And that's when you bring in your A team, because like it's a once in a century event.
Right.
Yeah, bring in a Doug Arbiter and have him toe the company line.
But like, your municipality is not where we're turning to for information about an infectious disease that is global.
But a lot of people are, and again, that's the part. You're right. You shouldn't be. I mean, that shouldn't be what's happening. But there are
some fucking guy at the end of the day.
I'm going to guess that a lot of people are getting their Omicron news from Spectrum News, right? Like that is a very Worcester thing.
You're true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, they're getting it from the Worcester, Massachusetts then and now Facebook page with Patrick Sargent links. Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean that, and then they, they're like, it's fucked. And this guy gets it.
No, it is fucked. That is
I know Amy Waters. She lived in my neighborhood growing up. She's a sweet lady.
How does she feel about Gary Rosen now being in charge of public health?
I'm sure she's horrified by it. I don't know. I think Lindita might be able to shine some insight onto that if she wants to. Yeah. Yeah, Amy does rule. She's really cool.
He keeps saying hit the next slide too.
Oh, why are we showing Maureen Pineda?
Oh, what a bad picture of her too. Jesus. Wow. I cannot wait to say so long to Maureen Benenda. But also I was talking to somebody, and the chance that she runs for school committee, is like,
has anything else come of that, of my wild speculation that I think is 100% true?
Oh, was that you?
It was me on the stream.
Okay, so that's this. I had a different conversation that was more
in the know.
Yeah. Because I forgot we talked about that, but yeah, like it's a very real possibility.
Yeah, it's 100% going to happen.
and what makes it easier is the redistricting thing. So
yeah.
Oh boy. I love
Maureen Benenda is going to run for city office. School committee, almost definitely. It just makes too much sense for her to try and do it. Now, though, what happens now if Joe Petty is out of the picture and she runs for fucking city council and mayor? And all, because I mean, you see, not that a lot of these people were actually from Worcester, but you saw their response, how actualized these people become. The moment that they started talking about taking resource officers out of school, the Maureen Benenda supporters came out of the fucking woodwork.
Yeah.
And they have not gone away.
No, and that might not win for a city council race that involves like a police officer, but an educator comes in, like you start mobilizing a lot of teachers and a lot of other folks that otherwise might not be active in a local election cycle.
Right.
Probably a bag of rats, I would say. Or I don't know. No, don't even. This is not even. That's not okay to say.
Yeah, don't say it.
Yeah, so in one of the Burncoat Facebook groups today, somebody posted about I guess supposedly there were gunshots on Clark Street last night, and the shot spotter picked it up, and the police showed up and were looking for shell casings in the street. And to say nothing of the fact that they very well could have been a car backfiring, fireworks. These things trick the shot spotter all the time.
Yeah.
But somebody posted like, well, this is why ShotSpotter is a good thing, and they started posting information about ShotSpotter Connect. People started commenting saying like, well, why were people fighting so hard? I can't believe people are fighting so hard against this technology in the city. And I just made a post saying like, it's important to talk about the fact that ShotSpotter and ShotSpotter Connect are two absolutely different things. Like, you know, there's like ShotSpotter is at one level of like not cool, but you know, the issues with ShotSpotter, I think, play more into the issues with policing in general, is about how they're used. The
Right.
idea of having a thing that can locate a gunshot in unto itself is not the worst thing in the world. But when you take ShotSpotter Connect, which is like, you know, fucking Minority Report bullshit,
Yeah.
that's the thing that people are fighting against. And that's what I said. I was just saying they're two different things. And then 20 minutes later, a laugh react from Richard Cipro. Like, you know what? You fucking bitch. At least like have the balls to say something.
Yeah, unfortunately, that debate is way too nuanced for Worcester. You know.
Yeah.
And you didn't even have to look at it through a Worcester lens. I mean, Fall River was still my favorite example of a city that was like fighting to get rid of ShotSpotter. Like they were begging the company to come take the equipment out of the community. And the response from ShotSpotter was to give them ShotSpotter Connect and ShotSpotter for free, like basically in perpetuity, just if they promised not to make any more public statements about how awful and useless the service is.
Right, because at the end of the day, that's just a fucking startup. Like it's a thin blue line,
Right.
Yeah,
textured cultural thing, but it's just a startup, and like it's unproven technology, and they're just fucking bleeding cash probably. So they need like positive press to secure the next round of like VC funding.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's why they came out with ShotSpotter Connect, which is like not based on anything like transparent or like legitimate, obviously. But then even like in their sales pitches, they don't even have anything. They have no good sales pitch for it. I mean, we heard their pitch, and it was
bad.
like it was horse shit. It sucked.
And then the debate on the council just was boiled down to, well, if you don't like this thing that the cops want, then you're anti-cop. So I
Exactly.
need to support it. Which is so frustratingly reductive.
But if you say that, then you know Richard Cipro laugh reacts you.
Yeah.
The beautiful part of that, though, is that he probably actually thinks he hurt your feelings and not that you're sitting here in front of an audience laughing at his emoji.
Yeah. He's a dork.
Holy shit, this COVID report.
3 slides.
Where are we? Where are we at?
It's like
partners.
We're at the 3rd slide.
It's just true.
This is like so divorced from the reality of COVID. It's just like giving yourself a pat on the back for doing something. I
mean, the audacity of playing this PowerPoint after you just listened to those phone calls tonight. Like this,
Right.
You're not fighting the same fight. You've no ammo against those people if this is what you're coming with.
This is at best the most boring and useless comfort for people who already agree with you.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
But for people who don't, the people who need to be swayed into trusting public health officials, this is impenetrable. This is not making a case. It's just so boring that no one would ever bother to watch it.
And a missed opportunity for the public health director to be saying out loud, hey, look, 2,000 people a day are dying. This is why we should have things like vaccine mandates.
Right. And this is the same thing as the library report, which was like so fucking boring and stupid, is like, okay, if you're in a private company and you're giving a report to the person who decides whether your department gets funding or not, like, yeah, you're going to give a long, boring report praising the job you've done. But we're not like a private company. This isn't serving anybody.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a wild decision, honestly, to include this.
I like, it's so obvious too that they like they're just they were just like locked into. Why the fuck is Joe? Oh no, it's Yogi Berra.
But still, your reaction holds.
Why is Yogi Berra on? He's saying so, he's doing a Yogi Berra-ism. I guarantee it. He's doing
Get
some
rid
like
of the masks. When are we going to be done?
Never.
I don't think that Omicron or COVID in general is ever really going to go away. We're
There we go.
hoping that we get to a level where perhaps Omicron is bubbling under the surface, and every once in a while there will be an outbreak that we notice. But we're going to have to be vigilant. We're going to have to be doing things like testing the water, the sewage, as Dr. Castillo
how many
said,
liters of sewage?
and just be aware that when there is a bunch of kids that are going out with colds or a bunch of adults that are not feeling well, that this might not just be a cold. Why are we so worried about Omicron as opposed to the flu? Well, the flu is no walk in the
yeah.
park. We try to get people to take
Well,
their flu
WPI is
shots,
a crazy ass
but only
place.
30% of the country
They've
takes
had
advantage
one of the highest like suicide
flu,
rates on
therefore,
college
kills
campuses,
between 30 and
like nationally for
50,000 people
decades.
every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, at the current
So
rate
I was talking to somebody
Omicron-related
who was
COVID
like,
death, if you
of course they're going to
project out
get
the
more
3,000 deaths we're having
WPI
today,
suicides because
we're
they
at a
keep
number that is just not an acceptable
fucking
plateau.
doing a
We're
whole
still
press
going
release
to
every
have
time it
somewhere in the
happens.
range of
And it's
600,000
like,
deaths. If
Yeah,
this
there's a reason why they don't cover
diminish,
these
I
things
think
on the
it will.
news,
Optimistic
because
it will.
it's
They do spread.
yeah,
it-
I so there's been a couple,
let our
there's
guard
been
down
two
until
things,
Thank you for
including
putting that
this
up, Travis.
WPI, that I've been interested in digging into and
plummeting
looking at.
down. The
The other one
level
has
of
to do with like
disease
rape
right now
culture.
is overwhelming the hospitals still.
And both of them, I
Can't tell you how hard it was last
both
week
of
as
them,
an
I just,
inpatient
I don't know.
pediatric surgeon, where every
I
other kid
I didn't
that
know how
I
to do it
had,
responsibly, you
even
know.
in the nursery,
It's hard, yeah.
COVID positive, they get sick. I know people are lucky and say,
One, this is the if anyone didn't grow up around here, the reputation for that, for both of those things on WPI has been so strong my whole life. One time, me and my friends were driving down Park Ave in high school, and we drove past WPI field, and there was like a young woman laying in the middle of the football field, and all of us at the same time were like, holy shit, something happened, like someone did something to her.
Oh,
and
jeez.
we had to like, we stopped, we went back and we jumped the fence, and it turned out she was just like drunk and wandered onto the football field. That's what she said. But it was like one of those, we were like, she was like, I'm fine, you guys are outside. We're like, no, we're not leaving you on this campus alone. Like, we'll walk with you, we'll call campus security, whatever you want, but like, we're not leaving you alone here.
Yeah.
My whole perspective on WPI changed after I learned how the role MIT plays historically in distribution of LSD, and that WPI has always been like a formal backup to the program at MIT. So it's like the reason why when there's good acid in circulation, there's always good acid in Worcester. Thank your smart kids at WPI.
All right. So they're doing something right.
They are. No, that's
yeah.
Now by the CDC, and we don't know what its impact is going to be, but we have to be ever vigilant. So I just want to thank the city manager and the mayor.
Oh, record. Oh, no. We're not putting fucking
double rainbow. 3-hour stream.
Wow.
The fucking rainbow, huh? Like,
I'm interested to. Oh yeah, no. It's the co-opting of it. That
I'm not homophobic. I
I'm
just think
full
the
of rage.
presentation's pretty fucking gay.
I don't know. I'm not gonna co-sign that bill.
I mean it in the middle school way, not the homophobic way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see?
I just want to say, Dr. Hurst,
I threaded that needle.
over the last few years.
Oh my God, yeah, right through.
In her department, I just want to give them kudos for being.
We're 3 hours into a stream. I can be a little problematic.
And
Man,
Well, you're
Bill
done.
got
I
our
think it's
stream, his
amazing work.
podcast,
I
and his
appreciate it.
Substack
So
canceled
you
in
asked
one
Dr.
sentence.
Dixon,
Yeah, pull that up.
Tom, thank you, and this whole team, and what they've done, keeping our city afloat and during this time.
That presentation
As you
was
can
gay,
imagine,
and
always
so
give
is
ideas,
everything
always
else.
correct, and so I'm glad we get good information from you.
Thanks to
Yeah, that
COVID,
was
I can't taste the rainbow.
there's not a
I'm
single
sorry, Councilor
person
Rivera.
watching this that
This
did
is
not
who I am. So
phone
let's
out
go.
for that
Councilor Rivera,
entire.
Councilor Nguyen, Councilor King.
That was like
That's okay.
more boring than any
Go
high
first.
school lecture.
Okay, Councilor Nguyen, go ahead. You're up.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to ask Dr.
Oh, sure.
Maddie Castillo some questions, and thank you to the city manager and Maddie for and Dr. Hurst for such an amazing presentation, as well as your work during this time. Dr. Castillo, I just wanted to ask, why do you think the Latinx and Black populations are disproportionately affected by this, as well as how does overcrowding of the communities impact infection rates? And have you seen, or have we seen, overcrowding kind of increase during this time of COVID?
Does that go Dr. Hirsch or Dr. Steele?
We could go to Dr. Castillo, and if Dr. Hurst, you have anything to add.
I was giving them the option which one to go with it.
So through the
Shut
chair,
up, Mayor Petty.
I'll start. So let me start by the inequities that exist that we know have existed for generations. And this is no different than the inequities that do exist. And that's why looking at, we talk about the social determinants of health. We show it in a sense with when we talk about the social vulnerabilities of what communities are affected. And when we talk about the social determinants of health, we say that the root cause of the social determinants of health is racism.
Those crooked frames are a thing.
Public health emergency, and that is what we need to change in the community, is how to work in the community and figure out how we reach the communities that we haven't, that don't access care, that
Do you have any
do
comment
not
on what?
trust healthcare,
This.
and so that's been our goal, and hopefully that's what we continue to do. I think that
I guess that's a
we
no
have been
comment.
working through that through that COVID-19 equity
Sorry,
task force.
I
to
am.
mass and look
This
at
is
how
so boring. I
not
can't
only
even
looking at
think of
COVID, but
material to
looking at
make
all the
this.
other inequities. And
Can you imagine what it must be like for the 17 people that are watching this without our commentary
Oh yeah, I know,
in
right?
this chat?
Like what we always say that like this stream is the only tolerable way to watch the city council, and we're at a moment right now where even the people going out of their way to make this a tolerable experience just can't fucking deal with it. It's just so fucking boring.
Tonight was a very, very, very draining night, I think.
Yeah, I tweeted like mainlining an hour straight of public commentary from Central Massachusetts anti-vaxxers like would make any sane person just yearn for nuclear Armageddon, right? So we started the meeting off with like bewilderingly just a depressing glimpse into the window of like what your average Worcester or generally Central Mass person thinks and how their brain works. And that sucks. You don't want to look into that black hole very often. And now
they're punishing us.
And now they're punishing us with
reaching out into the community again.
I mean, I can't even like two's been pretty quiet, honestly, and I'd love to see what kind of questions they're asking right now, but I just can't bring myself out of
They are asking good questions.
Good.
To education,
Yeah.
that the same finances are put in the schools that are in certain areas versus wealthier areas, that it should be across the board what is needed. Certainly access to healthcare, so bringing access to the areas.
Looks like Facebook's giving up on us too.
Communities in the sense of where people live, jobs are important, transportation in the area is important. So those are some of the things I think that we need to figure out.
They're crying into their
So much, and thank you for the whole
fucking Margaritaville dinners.
Thank you, Councilor. We have Councilor King.
Thank you. Just let me put my ears on. Don't start my thing yet here.
Oh, that's sick. He wasn't even listening.
But he could hear him because they're in the same fucking room, even though they're not supposed to be.
Wanted to start with a wow. Great presentation.
Don't lie.
Get a clean perspective on the comprehensive approach that we've taken as a city. Commissioner Dr. Maddie Pacillo of Health and Human Services.
Wow. What a great presentation.
Work here. I know it's an ongoing challenge for all of our population, while also focusing on the Black and Latino folks. Dr. Hirsch, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, 200 presses, mercy. A lot of work, a lot of information that guided folks, not just in Worcester, but in all of our surrounding communities. I think we've guided the state.
We know from tonight that did not work in the surrounding communities.
That being said, I want to just mention the item that was before us previously regarding a vaccine mandate. I certainly voted to file. I don't think we're in a place for that right now. I think it would have an impact on businesses and people. My family comes from the island of Bermuda.
Dude.
21 miles long, about a mile wide.
Totally unforced fucking. You didn't have to say that. It was already lost. You didn't have to fucking say that.
Now I'm just thinking about the Beach Boys.
I listened to the presentation. What jumps out to me is the passion on all sides.
Apparently that won't work.
We're not just talking about loss of liberty. We're also talking about loss of life. I represent probably close to 800 social workers around Central Mass as a union rep, and trying to make sure folks are healthy. And I can
this is when Jess chimes in to say that he hasn't been to one of their union meetings since he was appointed.
We fought for them, for alternatives to testing. The manager here in our city is very thoughtful and calculated, as our state, and we appreciate that work. My family has lost folks to the virus. They passed away.
Dude, like,
brothers passed away, uncles passed away, and we have folks that I know.
I'm getting broken. I'm in the process of being broken.
All that being
He's
said,
going Pantera.
Some of the narrative coming out of
like, this is not accomplishing anything.
Really,
this is just a progress report on shit that the city's already been doing. We're not shaping public policy, shifting the direction of the city, holding anybody to account, looking at anything we could do better. We're just talking about how the virus is fucking bad. Of course it's fucking bad. Year 3 of this bullshit. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, either take a radical approach to it or like
specifically
at least let's not do PowerPoints about it.
Yeah. And like King here taking his full freaking 5 minutes to just say like the virus is bad.
Like that to be highlighted once again.
Yeah, this is awful. Someone else mentioned the comments earlier that, I mean, that was ultimately the failing of this whole process, was the government kicked down to the federal government kicked down to the state level, and the state level kicked down to the local level, and the local level isn't authorized to really do much of anything without guidance. So yeah, this is just a bunch of local know-nothings, like, who mean well, but like patting themselves on the back for us just trudging through,
having done something.
yeah, but just trudging through a pandemic like savages. I mean, it's just like we've really not accomplished anything to be proud of over the last 2 years. Like, this is an embarrassment for the country, but if it's a local responsibility, that's our embarrassment.
Yeah, right. Nice system we've
severely injured or dying by a factor of 90%. And that's how we're looking at 2 shots and a booster, or 2 Johnson & Johnson shots. They enormously.
That's true. He has his hats in the background.
Just flexing on us.
God, his branding is so strong. Somebody's working with him.
It looks like he has to leave him in the basement, though.
He's sitting across George Russell's basement from him.
We just are, unfortunately, I think our expectations.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at what Dr. Hirsch is saying right now. He just said the vaccine works. It keeps you from getting sick. Like, why the fuck are we talking about this right now?
Have you seen the line at Chick-fil-A? Like that, we can't introduce passports into that. That line will go all the way at Millbrook Street. It'll be utter chaos.
Oh, speaking of places to firebomb, do it on a Sunday though when no one's there. Don't do it when anybody's there. Do it on a Sunday.
Some people just like the pickles on their sandwiches.
I would like you, if you like fried chicken sandwich, I encourage you to check out Mama Roo, located at the Botanist in Shrewsbury. He does a great product.
Yeah, love those chicken sandwiches.
They're huge. They're bigger than the mayor's face. That's how fucking big they are.
And to your point, Brendan, I go chicks, no pics.
Do you order that way? I'd like a recording of that.
Absolutely. I say, hey, let me get a chicks, no pics. Or
Jack, are you
hate the
even
mocha.
Is Jack allowed to be up this late, Bill? Shouldn't he?
Jack's doing fine.
Okay, all right, good. I just want to make
Jack's
sure that he's
okay.
not stepping out.
So, without getting too much off my medical track, there's been a lot of politics.
Yeah, Jack got my Instagram over 1,000 followers. We can live with him today.
All right.
Maybe a couple
Good
more
job,
little
Jack.
people.
What the vaccine can and can't do, but it will save lives, and it will definitely reduce your illness if you are
Vote with your dollar.
Omicron, but it won't keep you from particularly now avoiding it completely.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, a question.
Wow, two going full K to me.
Health and Human Service, two representatives we have on the call. Dr. Hirsch mentioned youth and young folks.
Again, this is what, we talked about this a little bit tonight. It's like people will just say that they're chicken, and I get that, but also we have a strong capacity, I think, as humans in this, especially in this country, to downplay serious things because there's so little joy that we get on a day-to-day basis, and it's very hard to stand up against all those things. But
yeah, sometimes you just need to use a phone made by a Uyghur slave, right? I mean, it's what else are you gonna iMessage on? That's your options are limited.
It's
green bubbles, folks. I mean, come on.
I'm flat out refuse to use an Android, but I will refuse to eat a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. I will. I guess that makes me a hero. I don't know.
Her use tripled. Correlative evidence that suggests that more than that the increase in mental health experiences are happening. I'm just wondering from a public health perspective, what's the strategy?
Yeah, we get pretty real around here.
Not finalized, but
Ben,
what should we be doing as a council?
Talk about real shit. We turned Bo Mergman into a real person. We gotten real tonight.
Yeah. I would like to say that my request for nuclear Armageddon earlier in the program was brought to you by Lockheed Martin, America's #1 defense equipment manufacturer and provider of lethal aid across the world.
And crafty kombucha.
Folks.
Yeah.
And crafty
And
kombucha.
when you're providing lethal aid to the Ukraine, quench your thirst with crafty kombucha. Don't be worried about Bill. He's got all the kombucha he can drink and all the lethal aid
he hasn't killed himself yet.
Can we put that hotline back up, guys? If you're feeling depressed, if you need somebody to talk to, please call the line or reach out to any of us. Sincerely, this has
Or
been a
Kate Toomey.
dark. This has been a dark day. Oh yeah, call Kate Toomey.
When there is a 911 call, to be able to respond to
Bill needs a 6-pack, some ketamine, and BK Longboy ASAP.
when it happens, but also be able to do
Bill needs a new life. Just kidding. So now that we're 3.5 hours into the stream, and I know no one's going to rat on me, because if you're here, you're a real one. I have a story that's going to come out, barring any complications, next week in The Intercept about the St. Vincent's nurses strike.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Really excited about that, and
Very
it's
cool.
about there's going to be a vote to decertify the union. And I hopped off the stream earlier to take a call from one of the nurses that's a source of mine, and to get an update on that. So yeah, it's coming out in The Intercept next week at some point. It's due on Monday.
That's huge, dude.
Getting into some really thorny little Worcester problems for a national audience. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah.
You've done an amazing job covering the story, and I think that people need to know that this is a bigger issue than just whatever's going on here.
We're getting into right to work, national union busting foundations, and the way that they find vulnerable people that just have bad politics at these places across the country, and exploit them to further an agenda that destroys the power of the working class. And the situation in St. Vincent is very much a part of that. And the vote is actually going to be a lot closer than we think, because they've made it very hard for the striking nurses to return to work. And it sounds like there's almost a 40% resignation rate among people who voted to ratify the new contract.
Wow.
Which it was already down from 800 to about 500 who voted, and then 40% of them returning, and then there's 250 people that signed on to the petition to get the decertification vote on. So we're looking at what might actually be a close vote to finally break the union at St. Vincent, which is kind of the goal from the get-go with the strike and how long it went and how much money they spent. That the voting is going to start on February 4th, and it's going to be resolved by February 28th, and we will probably know the results in early March. But if the MNA gets decertified at St. Vincent, then all of the nurses go without union protection for at least a year. Then they have to have a new union ratification process after that, which takes a long time. So it's really fucking sketchy and like actually insanely fucked up. And all the local reporting on this, besides mine, has been like from the perspective of this guy pushing the anti-M&A campaign. And it's been really fucking weird the way everyone's been writing about it. So hoping the story in The Intercept gets people thinking about this in the right way. And I'm kind of shitting myself right now thinking about writing for a publication that big. So
that's wild, yeah.
But they're super interested in the story, and they like see it as a really good example of talking about the issue of right to work and anti-union efforts, and how this is a good example of like a national trend of like using local cases as a precedent building for an overall project of destroying union power in the United States. So. Yeah.
I'm prepared to bring my crossbow out into the streets for the union.
Yeah, me too.
I'm the only thing that all these horrible times maybe could give us is the opportunity to fight for unions, and I will love to be out. I would love to be out there.
Yeah, like pretty much the only bright spot in the entire past year has been a small resurgence in labor activity and labor action. So
Bo, technically I do not. The charges were dropped. So, technically I stayed out of trouble for 1 year after, and yeah, you bet your fucking ass I would if they made an actionable threat against me for humor.
But with a crossbow, so it's like stabbing from a safe distance. It's
yeah. Listen, if we get to the point where I'm stabbing people again, then we're beyond worrying about whether or not it's fine to do.
I mean, in that context, though, Bill, I mean, that's what's interesting if you think about a lot of the movements to organize, newly organize, whether it be an Amazon distribution center or a Walmart, starting from the ground up. But if you look at it from the other angle, like if you can break a nurses union, a long-standing nurses union in Massachusetts, like that should have everybody refocusing on even the potential of organizing within a shop, like a distro center or whatnot.
Right. And like what I'm kind of struggling to contextualize is I had a sort of off the record conversation with somebody pretty high up in the MNA, and their position was that the strike from the onset and throughout the entirety of it was like sort of possibly a calculated union busting strike. Like the tenant and St. Vincent and the local administration and the national people may have gone into this with the intention of, if not destroying the union, then weakening it. Like they were never in good faith bargaining on anything. It was just
no. They were trying to force the situation so that they
were trying to force the situation to exploit it, to turn public opinion against the union, and then eventually destroy it. And that's why they invested so much time and energy into it. And these poor fucking nurses, man.
I know not the focus probably of what you're writing about, but has anyone done any accounting yet on how much detail time was allocated to the police department on that?
The detail time was like 4.1 million or something like that. Overall, they spent over 100 million fighting this strike.
That part is always interesting to me too, because it's the police unions always want to be unions when they want to be labor unions when they feel like they're under attack. But rarely do you see them on the right side of a line when it's another organizing body that's under attack.
Sure.
Because they don't exist to help anybody but themselves and to keep control for the capitalist overlords of our country. Yay.
Yeah. And the police union isn't a labor union because being a police officer isn't labor. The police union exists to shield police officers from accountability.
Yeah.
Which is different than a labor union. Very different.
There are a lot of I do a lot of trauma trainings. We recently did a training on
that's why your most fascist cops, although Richard Cipro, are often active in the local police unions because they see that as a way to make sure that their guys are never held accountable for being shitheads.
Right.
And they're right. They're totally right.
I'm worried about some of the over-reliance on social media.
Oh, what was Sean Rose's background on his phone?
There's been a 40% increase in the use of social media.
An erect male penis.
Social media and our children.
That's so crazy. It was a picture of me stabbing somebody.
I'll be back.
Crossbow.
Really helpful throughout the getting in and out of the pandemic is our youth engaging in sports and arts and outdoor activities and getting back into school.
That's an excellent question, Molly.
Because we hate ourselves.
Yeah.
At least Bill is smart enough to stay hydrated and get some food. I'm
Yeah.
just withering away over here, sucking on nicotine tablets.
Tablets are smart.
2 years of development, brain development, social development being lost, and I'm not a doctor. I'm not telling you all anything.
Yeah, I don't know, Jess. That was kind of weird too.
Maybe not here, but I would love some practical recommendations of things that we can do to be able to help pull them out of this. We're seeing self-esteem dip in our youth. I mean, it just goes on and on. So maybe not a question for here, but I would love to hear some recommendations in the future about some initiatives of things that we can be doing safely to help our youth out of this. Father of 4 daughters, that's been well publicized. Just seeing the impact of this on them in the last couple of years and missing out on things and losing out on things and social interaction. I just love ideas.
I fucking hate that guy so much.
Forward to help them through this, through a mental health lens and a public health lens, and so that would just be my request. I don't know if you have any comments or thoughts, quick comments or thoughts on that here tonight. I just through the chair would just welcome more advice and feedback on that, not just for all of our parents and caregivers, and even those caregivers in the disability community.
Sad.
Who are really struggling with
Just feels sad.
isolation and so on.
I feel like listening to an actual filibuster would be less boring than this. Like somebody reading fucking Moby Dick,
I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I do think that when we're in neighborhood meetings and so on, this is like to be able to give, and as Councilor King referenced, pushing these things out on our social media or different.
Nah, they're not cops, so.
Advice from
Yeah, can the therapists have guns and arrest children?
It's not too much of a. I don't want to add a report to anybody in this.
I did not.
Stress, but at some point in the coming days and weeks, if there's a moment, I'd welcome the opportunity to get a report and some advice and feedback or initiatives that we could be moving.
Somebody get this man a long boy.
I need a fucking therapist. Just kidding.
So, thank you for the report. We'll put that in public health. We can file it. Let that in public health, Councilor Rivera. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
So,
please.
Public health. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
He left.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria,
Yes.
Councilor RGA,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
What's a DSM-5?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
What?
Toomey,
It's what's the actual name for it? The diagnostic something or other. It's a big book of things that are wrong with people.
Funding of the 2022 Worcester Arts Council grant applications. The motion is to adopt.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I couldn't get the.
Quick, Brian, laugh. See if we can hear you.
Thank you.
We'll adopt.
It would be so fucking funny if K2 watched
roll
this.
call. Roll call.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Somebody clipped it, but we'll examine it later.
I have it ready to review.
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Uh-oh, Bill rolled a 19 for self-harm.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Somebody call 911.
There we go. Diagnostic and
Information
Statistical
communication
Manual of
officer,
Mental
Steve
Disorders,
Sullivan,
5th
Black
edition.
History Month. Thank you for
The
putting that out.
DSM-5.
Mr. Manager, and
What have I ever done to convince anybody that I have a mental disorder?
so we can file that. We can open a proclamation for next week.
I mean, come on. What have I ever done?
I think it's Tuesday.
Perfect answer. This show.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Caloria,
Yes.
Councilor RGA,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill
It's
Carlson.
true. Everybody
Yes.
should seek
Nguyen,
therapy
Councilor Rivera,
for
Rose,
no reason at all. I
Lovely.
think it's just
Yes.
a
Toomey?
incredibly
Yes.
good thing for people to do.
Yes. Next is Transfer Information Communication for the fiscal year 2022 financial update. Thank you for the update, and much appreciated. So going well, so we can file this if we want. Roll call.
Can the diagnosis be this show?
Gloria,
Yes.
Bold of you to assume I have health insurance.
King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rose,
Yes. God damn.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
There was nothing quick about this update
Mayor Petty.
or this
There's
meeting.
just, I would just like to let you know that I can't put anybody on blast, but I've been texting a couple of people that are in the room at City Council right now, and they're sharing my frustration that this is a frustratingly useless meeting.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
GA,
Yes.
But the body did its job. We're going to do nothing for people who are struggling.
Nguyen, Councilor Rivera,
We care a lot about rats.
Yeah, we're gonna kill a couple small dogs with rat poison.
And someday everything will be awesome.
We're gonna
A double
decimate the
rainbow.
large bird population in this city.
And if we all play nice together, someday Worcester will look like a small town in Ireland with a double rainbow over it.
If the giant hawk that lives near my house dies from eating rat poison, I might go on a rampage in the city.
So I thought we did G back when we did the.
One of the few things that brings me joy.
You did.
Yep, we did.
Oh, but no.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor GA,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Wait and see.
Councilor Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
It's a good bird. I love that bird.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Kay Toomey's choking.
Yeah, she definitely sounds a little COVID-y over there.
She heard what I said.
Well, thank you, administration, Peter Dunn, for putting the word out.
She was one of the women crying
Yes.
before.
Yes. I would like to thank folks as well for putting this together. I just hope that I think
You know what would be fun? Instead of having these meetings, we should just make all these councils play King of the Hill.
and try to figure out.
And whoever comes out on top wins.
Folks, I know
Oh, I thought you meant like the show. They're just walking around going, Bobby.
Oh, the peregrines down at City Hall are amazing. Glad somebody
Yeah.
noticed. You ever see them take out a pigeon? It's absolutely incredible. You'll just have like all the pigeons will fly away except for the one that might not have been paying attention, and then poof, it's just a plume of feathers.
Brendan, I gotta send you this video. Have you seen the video of the peregrine falcon taking out the duck?
No.
It's like a nature video, and there's a bunch of ducks in the background. There's one just sitting alone, like in water, and then there's just a flash, and then the duck is just like, poof,
yeah,
and they slow it down, and it's a peregrine falcon just like going in. Like
there's always like one beautiful day on the common downtown where like it'll be just nothing but like sweet old ladies sitting around like talking and whatever, and then you just hear that thud, and you look over and it's just little, like someone had a pillow fight, very small pillow fight.
I was walking down Main Street one time and there was a hawk ripping apart something furry on top of the Alpha Graphics sign, and just a group of people watching the bits of fuzz float down from top of the sign, being like, "Oh my god, it was awesome."
It fucking rules.
But certainly here in Worcester,
With any luck, it was a rat.
Very much appreciated.
Okay, we can send out the MO, we can file it. MO?
Yeah, we can take it at the same time as the 14 A or B when that comes up.
Okay, so we'll send out the MO, roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor
So,
Calorio,
like, a fair way to categorize this meeting in a sentence or two is Worcester City Council threw their hands up on anything decent they could have done. Listen to a bunch of fucking deliverance ass townies talk about the vaccine.
Yes.
And then just zoned out through a report on how nice it is that we have a team that works on COVID.
Yeah, pretty succinct.
So that was the archive one. You're gonna do a presentation on this, Mr. Cork? You wanna wait till next week for that, or? Oh, please.
Yeah, no more presentations.
Okay, I know who that is, but we'll roll call.
The only thing that Mo Bergman's ever said that I fucking agree with.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree. This is an important thing, and I don't want it to get lost in the lateness of the night. Thank you.
Okay, then we have, Treasury Information Communication relative to the fiscal supplemental capital and operational expenditures transfer to the city clerk. We can file that along with, Treasury Information Communication relative to the total number of public participants. I'm sorry, we should probably send this to MO.
Yeah, because we have some additional things that we're talking about related to the rules.
Okay, so we'll send 9C to MO and we can file 9B. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Deloria,
The thing said, "Oh God, Councilor
Councilor
Bergman."
Argier, Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rose,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have a motion to adjourn.
Fucking yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
And Councilor Toomey, take care of yourself. We'll see you healthy here next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's fake. That's when I call in sick to work when I'm not really sick.
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't put any orders on that were just me fucking seeing shit on Facebook. I was sick.
Rose,
I can't believe she got COVID from watching our stream.
Toomey,
So crazy.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Good night.
I choose to believe this story. I have no idea.
Kate Toomey, if you're
about-
watching this,
okay.
I'm gonna take your husband out to a nice seafood dinner and never call him again.
Well,
that happened.
Wow.
That was
22 people still here.
that was maybe the finest example in being punished for caring.
Yeah.
Watching that meeting was nothing short of torture. You got it from both sides. You got your cranks calling in about some bullshit, and then you got punished for like a half hour, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour on a presentation of shit we all fucking know already. And
To say nothing of the fact that Doug Arbiter is catching actual abuse for
yeah, caring.
like posting it. All right, here we go. This is the clip.
Trying.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Oh, dude, I hear it. I hear it, dude.
I think we have an echo here, but.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
She could have just been choking on her own cud.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to keep examining this.
I'm gonna do a forensic analysis of that.
Yeah. Thank you all for so much for tuning in tonight, for sticking around. What a bummer.
Just punishment.
Yeah, that was brutal. I mean, like,
yeah.
And I was texting. Yeah, okay. So whoever's listening, you're not going to rat on me 4 hours on the stream. I was texting Attell, and she was telling me about how the moratorium just kind of got folded after the law department's analysis of it, that they can't do it. But if you read the law department's analysis, it's like not even saying that Worcester couldn't do it. It's just like, I don't even know. It was so bullshit that the law department just gets to go like, yeah, we don't want to do that. And then they just drop the conversation entirely in like an undemocratic way.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of my issue with like not pressing the issue. Because like, who's to say? It's
right.
It's an opinion. It's not,
So what we're dealing with here is really just like we saw Attell try to do something significant and substantial with her position and with the powers she allegedly has as a city councilor, and it just gets processed to death. Like just through the process of government, it just becomes undemocratic, and the conversation just disappears. And now we have something vague going to economic development about like what can we do to protect renters and homeowners from facing evictions or foreclosures, and it's just going with this sort of vague language to economic development where there's no real mandate to actually do anything. They're just going to have another inane conversation like the several inane conversations we heard tonight, where there's nothing really actionable discussed. We just spin our wheels here, you know?
Right.
It's like,
yeah,
it's really like, I don't know.
And again, to me, the really dark part is that there is a precedent for the city challenging or pushing forward with things it really wants to do that already have settled case law behind it, that they don't fold on this easy, right? I mean, Tracy Novick going to the Supreme Court over the panhandling ordinance is probably the best example, right? Like that wasn't up for debate, that's exactly where that was going to end. But the city went through with it anyways because the chamber really wanted an aggressive panhandling ordinance. So you don't even bother asking the lawyers for advice. I think I said it to you guys last week, but if you read our garbage ordinances, right, like it states in there clearly that nobody can touch a recycling bin in the city of Worcester without like express permission from the commissioner. Which, like, the Supreme Court has heard plenty of cases regarding garbage. Like, it sounds silly, but garbage is garbage, and it doesn't have Fourth Amendment privileges. And like, once you put it on the street, it's not yours anymore. That's a completely illegal thing that has settled case law behind it, but it's in our ordinances. We only use that excuse that like, can't do this. Courts are going to slap us down when we're fighting down, right? Like, again, it's the punching down thing. It's easy to say it that way because who's going to complain? People who don't vote. And you're not gonna have to worry about 400 of them calling in on a night from Dudley to complain about vaccines. It just sucks.
Yeah,
it really does. And it's disappointing to see that it's already, the shutdown is already happening. Like, it's I just would prefer to see if it's gonna be, if things are gonna get rat fucked, if things are gonna get undemocratically shut down, then I would like to see. I mean, if that's the case, then political capital doesn't mean anything because all like, so what are you saving it for? Just be out in front about it. Be open about the fact that they're fucking around and be honest about it. It's like, what does it matter? Like, clearly the city manager is never going to let you do anything that you want to do anyways. So just fucking be open about it. Like, let's like,
and it's why, whether or not like you guys in general, like, or in particular liked her, I mean, it's why Connie Lukes always had a big support base, right? Is because she was that one person just to say, no, this is stupid, and disagree with the administration. I mean, there's plenty of things I disagreed with her on as well too, but like, she was the one person to not just bend over for political capital. And
she did it.
Yeah, so I don't know. This was a frustrating night. But even still, we had some laughs.
And I think that it's important. It's important to see how Attell's very well-meaning, well-intentioned, righteous proposal got rat fucked. Like, that is important to witness. Like, how outside of any sort of process that's democratically controlled, it can just get absorbed by City Hall and swallowed. And it's important to understand the enemy and where the barriers to change actually exist. And the more you see good ideas fail and how they fail, the better you get at realizing what you're up against. So I think in that sense, it is important to see depressing ass meetings like this.
For sure. Absolutely. And again, that's why, extremely thankful for everybody that showed up tonight and stuck around through that slog. I think that we're past just there's bigger issues at play. There's bigger things that need to change if good things are going to happen in this city. And we had a lot of optimism coming off of the election. And now we see what the real challenge is, and it's more than one election. It's more, it's, you know, it's pressing for, you know, real, like, people that actually represent the city and actually represent people's interests, and giving them the wherewithal, enough people on the council, or, you know, getting rid of this fucking city manager that clearly isn't interested in doing anything besides upping his own political career, or pleasing some developers and shit. So
right.
Yeah.
And in general, having a group that has a breadth of knowledge that extends past some shit they read on Facebook, right? I mean, because that is what it comes down to. And I'm still always torn on what the right thing to do is regarding, because it's going to come up probably next month with charter change, when that door gets opened. But that's a problem that we've created for ourselves, right? Having a part-time mayor, having a part-time council, we're attracting the folks who want to be the most popular kid in school, not the people who actually have the best heart or the best knowledge set or tool set to come do the job well.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. That's always the question. I don't know. I don't know how I stand on it either. The Plan E versus strong mayor thing.
Right.
I mean, it would, at the very least, it would break this monotony.
Right.
Let's lean into being, we're all got Jokerfied, and let's just go for chaos now. And at least it's different than what it is now.
Right.
So, but I think it's a good place to leave it. We're just about at 4 hours for tonight.
Good Lord.
Thank you guys again so much. Please get yourself some crafty kombucha. Thank you to Matt so much for sponsoring us, as always.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt.
Check out Bill has a big story coming up. Everyone but subscribe to his Substack, billsheener.substack.com. Worcester sucks and I love it. WGBH, Worcester's good but hurts, or Worcester's going to burn in hell. Alternate title. An incredible podcast. Brendan Melican pretends not to have a podcast, so I won't force him to plug it this week. But
if you're looking for something to do, buy some Raytheon products.
Yeah, there you go.
Go invade a small country. Yeah.
Check out Parts Unknown, my wrestling podcast with Will Smalley. We got our first guests on the episode that's coming out tomorrow, including Jenny Pacillo, your favorite tenant that on this show. We talk about the Royal Rumble, the history of the Royal Rumble, the greatest Royal Rumbles, and who would win the most ultimate Royal Rumble of all time. Thank you guys again. Please reach out to the city council. Tell them that you're disappointed. Call Doug and yell at him, and tell everyone you know to fire Ed Augustus. Joe Petty for let's find a candidate to run against Joe Petty so that he gets screwed out of his state senate seat. And we will see you next Tuesday, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a good night.